Chapter 1703. Hijichu caught a glimpse of his father's gaze and quickly rubbed his temples. I'm a little tired. Can I go home first? Yes, of course. Qingjian's attention immediately shifted to Hijichu. He asked nervously, where are you feeling unwell? Do you want to get a doctor to check you again? Qin Yaoguang immediately became excited. I knew it. No matter how smart Gu Nianji is, she can't be so smart that she can perform surgery on people just by reading a book. This is a technical job after all. We came from medical school. How long would it take for us to stand on the operating table? She chattered on and wanted to come over to examine Hijichu. Hijichu reached out his arm to block her and said word by word, it's because of what you said that my head hurts. As long as you shut up, I'll be full of energy right away. Qin Yaoguang's face was flushed with embarrassment, but when she saw that Qingjian didn't say a word and only focused on his son, Qin Yaoguang swallowed her anger and moved aside. Then young master, he should go back and rest. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish young master he and general he a happy new year in advance. Qingjian didn't even look up. He grunted and said, you can go back first. The investigation of the infrasonic weapon won't stop because of the new year. You can wait first. General this thing has nothing to do with us. We were also framed. Qin Yaoguang said nervously. My head still hurts. I was also injured by the infrasonic weapon. Qingjian laughed and didn't look at her. He said meaningfully, yes, so we have to investigate. The truth can't be faked, and the lie can't be true. Your Qin Corporation is a big company. It's really not easy to find someone who dares to frame your company. Qin Yaoguang was about to nod in agreement, but from Qingjian's tone, it seemed like he was starting to suspect them. Her heart tightened and she quickly said, I believe in General He will definitely be able to clear our names. When Shi quietly pulled her hand and told her to stop talking. At this time, the more she said, the more mistakes she made. Qin Yaoguang shut her mouth in embarrassment and followed Qingjian's orderly downstairs. The prison van that escorted the prisoners from the detention center was waiting for her downstairs. As soon as she saw the car, Qin Yaoguang's face turned pale. The detention center was very far away from the base's general hospital. It was impossible to transfer a vehicle from the detention center over just like that. Preparations had to be made a few hours in advance. This realization was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. Just now, she was still feeling smug and felt that she had a place in Qingjian's heart. The car used to escort prisoners from the detention center directly crushed all her hopes and flukes. In the early morning of New Year's Eve in the capital, the wind was bone-chilling, but what was even colder than the coldness was the despair of having one's hopes completely shattered. Qin Yaoguang stood stiffly in front of the hospital building with a wooden face. It wasn't until Qingjian's orderly pushed her back with the butt of his gun and said coldly, Go up. When Shi was also surprised, but she had already thought it through. Qingjian was reckless. He had blamed them for Hijichu's injury and was going to attack the entire Qin Corporation's private hospital. When Shi carefully helped Qin Yaoguang into the prison van that escorted the prisoners from the detention center and was about to follow, Qin Yaoguang pushed her down and said stiffly, What does it have to do with you? Get down quickly. Auntie Qin, it's New Year's Eve today. Let me accompany you, when Shi pleaded softly. Qin Yaoguang shook her head and said lightly, If I don't celebrate the new year in the detention center, you won't be able to either. What's the use of coming with me if you don't think of a solution outside? She was reminding Wen Shi. Wen Shi thought about it for a moment and nodded awkwardly. All right then, Auntie Qin, but I've only been in office for a few days. I still don't know what to do with such a big mess. But Auntie Qin, don't worry. I'll have a meeting with the management and the board of directors to try my best to minimize the losses. I don't know much about business. It's all up to you. Qi Niaoguang looked at her and touched her face with her hand. Let's go. If there's anything, remember to look for my father. He's full of praise for you. Wen Shuyi's eyes moved slightly. I got it. Auntie Qin, take care. She stood on the sidewalk in front of the hospital building and waved gently at the prison van that was driving away, as if she was seeing off a friend and family member. When the prison van was out of sight, Wen Shuyi turned around and looked back at the hospital building. In the lobby on the first floor of the building, the elevator door opened. He Qingjian strode out. Behind him, Xie Qingying was pushing He Zhichu's wheelchair. He Qingjian and He Zhichu's orderly surrounded them as they walked out. Wen Shuyi stood alone at the foot of the steps in front of the building and watched them walk down the steps. When he passed by her, He Qingjian said lightly, "Didn't Dean Wen go with Dean Qin?" "General He, I don't have any criminal record. I'm a law-abiding citizen and have a lawyer's license. Why should I go to the detention center with Dean Qin?" Wen Shuyi didn't stand on ceremony with He Qingjian. She realized that He Qingjian couldn't please her anymore, so she didn't waste any more effort. Really? Dean Wen is indeed a lawyer. It seems quite difficult to convict you in court. He Qingjian gave her a thumbs up. It was unknown whether he was praising her or belittling her. Wen Shuyi's eyes darkened slightly. She smiled and said, "Thank you for your compliment, General He. I will protect my legal rights and interests, and I will also protect the legal rights and interests of the Qin Corporation." Yes, Director Wen is indeed a competent director, He Qingjian said as he walked past her and got into his bulletproof car. Soon, He Zhichu stood up from his wheelchair and got into He Qingjian's bulletproof car. Xie Qingying didn't get into the car. She handed the wheelchair to He Zhichu's orderlies and bent down to wave at him. She smiled and said, "Young Master He, rest more. I'll go home first. We'll contact each other after the new year." He Zhichu nodded and said coldly, "Let my orderlies send you back. Don't run around during the new year. If you want to go out, call me first and I'll send someone to escort you." He Zhichu had made this arrangement purely out of safety considerations. The Qin family's power was unexpectedly great. He Zhichu didn't dare to let his guard down at all when he thought of the Soviet sniper on the building outside the hospital. Xie Qingying didn't think too much about it. She was just very surprised by He Zhichu's thoughtfulness, but her heart was extremely warm. The feeling of being cared for and taken care of by the person she loved instantly turned into a warm current that flowed through her heart. The weather was so cold, and she wasn't wearing a coat, but her back was already so hot that she was about to sweat. Her heart was pounding, and her eardrums were bulging. She couldn't hide the joy and wanted to fly out from the bottom of her heart. Wen Shuyi looked coldly at Xie Qingying's flushed cheeks and limpid eyes. She looked like she was in love and suddenly felt disgusted. Why wasn't it her? Hadn't she done what Xie Qingying had done? Even if she couldn't compare to Gu Nianji, how could she not compare to Xie Qingying? Wen Shuyi subconsciously touched her face with her hand. Her face was as cold as ice. Of course, it wouldn't be as delicate as Xie Qingying's. This was the power of love. Although a woman in love would lose her IQ, her beauty would increase. This was determined by the irreversible laws of nature. He Qingjian also poked his head out and said to Xie Qingying, "Qingying, don't go out for the new year for the time being. Spend the new year at home. I'll send someone to strengthen the security around your house." "Thank you, young Master He." "Thank you, General He." Xie Qingying's voice was trembling. Happiness came so quickly that she almost couldn't believe it was real. But today was New Year's Eve. She would treat it as real and spend the new year well. Xie Qingying was sent to another car by He Qingjian's orderlies. Xie Qingying waved at them and was sent away by the car. He Qingjian's bulletproof car started up and drove towards the He residence. when Shuyi was abandoned by the side of the road alone. No one cared about her whereabouts. However, when Shuyi knew that someone must be watching her from somewhere she couldn't see. She was also someone who had received intelligence training. Although she wasn't as professional as a real intelligence officer, she still knew the basic routine. She stood by the side of the road for a while and called her secretary to drive her home. Gu Nianji sat in Hu Xiaoheng's SUV and returned to the apartment complex where Lu Jin and Lu Yuan lived. Gu Nianji got out of the car in the parking lot of the apartment complex and said to Hu Xiaoheng with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Peter. Today is New Year's Eve, a traditional holiday for us Huaxia people. I won't keep you." Hu Xiaoheng grabbed her arm and pulled her to his side. He leaned over to her and whispered, "You want to run away after using me? Lawyer Gu, you destroyed the bridge after crossing the river. You didn't ask if I was willing to cross the bridge." Gu Nianji held back her laughter and reached out a finger to press against Hu Xiaoheng's chest. She slowly pushed it away and said calmly, "Mr. Peter, you must be joking. How would I dare to treat Mr. Peter as a bridge? I'm tired of living, aren't I? But I'm willing to be a bridge for you." Hu Xiaoheng held her finger and placed it on his chest. He smiled and said, "As long as you don't tear me apart." Gu Nianji smiled and looked up into his deep eyes. "Are you really willing to be a bridge for me?" "Of course, it's not just a bridge. I'm also willing to be a boat, a ropeway, and a shoe under your feet." Gu Nianji curled her lips and narrowed her eyes. "Mr. Peter, are you always so good at sweet-talking? How many girlfriends did you have to sacrifice to practice? Do you still need to practice?" Hu Xiaoheng held her hand. "Can you let me spend the Huaxiao Lunar New Year with you now?" "I'll think about it," Gu Nianji said slyly. She didn't agree, but she didn't refuse either. The two of them got into the elevator together. No one spoke in the elevator. However, when the elevator door opened, Gu Nianji felt her phone vibrate. She took it out and saw that it was 2 text messages from the King of Drama. "The King of Drama, I tread the deep and winding valleys for you. I cross the rocky mountains for you. I walk the long road for you." The translation of this genteel sentence was, "If you want to cross the deep valley, I'm your boat. If you want to cross the mountains, I'm your ropeway. If you want to walk the long road, I'm your shoes." Gu Nianji blushed and her heart raced at this implicit and bold expression. The second text message was more simple, but it made her eyes fill with tears. Chapter 1704. Gu Nianji's fingers kept rubbing the words, and her heart was about to melt. She walked out of the elevator with her head down and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Lu Jin was waiting at the elevator door. "Nianji, you're finally back." As soon as he saw Gu Nianji step out of the elevator, he quickly went up to her and took her hand. Gu Nianji looked up at him with a smile and whispered, "Dad, I missed you so much." "I missed you too." Lu Jin's eyes instantly turned red, but when he saw that Gu Nianji's eyes were even redder, as if she had just cried, he immediately became angry. "Nianji, what's wrong with you? Who made you unhappy? Is it that stubborn old man He Qingjin?" Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She quickly shook her head and said coquettishly, "How am I not happy? I'm so happy I can fly." "Is that so? Don't try to coax me. You were crying just now." Lu Jin looked at her in confusion. From the corner of his eye, he saw the Deputy Chief Consul of the Soviet Union, Peter, also walking out of the elevator. He immediately imagined the reason why Gu Nianji's eyes were red. "Mr. Peter, if you have any dissatisfaction, come at me. Why do you have to make my daughter sad?" Lu Jin was angry and sad. He held Gu Nianji's hand tightly and glared at Hu Xiaoheng. "Mr. Peter, even if you're a diplomat, even if you have diplomatic immunity, I can still skin you alive for bullying my daughter. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji without batting an eyelid and didn't say anything. Gu Nianji immediately hugged Lu Jin's arm and interrupted, "Dad, I'm so hungry. I haven't had a proper meal for the past few days. Although it's not evening yet, can I have New Year's Eve dinner early?" The sky outside wasn't bright yet, and the sky was a little yellow. There was sun yesterday, but looking at the situation today, it didn't seem like the sun would come out. When Lu Jin heard Gu Nianji say that she was hungry, he could tell that she was trying to smooth things over for Peter. He could not help but feel a little sour in his heart, but he did not continue to pursue the matter. It seemed that it wasn't caused by Peter. Lu Jin planned to wait for Gu Nianji to have her fill before asking her what was going on. Gu Nianji held Lu Jin's arm and entered her suite. "Go take a bath and wash away the bad luck you brought back from the He family." Lu Jin said rudely, "I've prepared new clothes for you for the new year. They're on the bed in your room. See if you like them." Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "Then I'll go take a shower first. Dad, make me something to eat. I'll eat after I shower." She walked a few steps towards her bedroom and suddenly remembered something. She took out a small transparent plastic bag from her pocket and said, "Dad, this is Wen Shi's hair and a tube of blood. You can take it for a DNA test." Lu Jin took it with a smile and said, "There's no hurry. Let's celebrate the new year first. After the new year, I'll continue playing tricks for you." He winked at Gu Nianji as he spoke. Okay. I love watching Daddy perform magic tricks." Gu Nianji's mood was like the clear sky after the rain, beautiful with a moist color, the fatigue on her body swept away. She was almost humming as she entered the bedroom. Although it was a little out of tune, in Lu Jin's ears, it was like heavenly music. He couldn't help humming along with Gu Nianji's out-of-tune tune. This kind of out-of-tune tune really had the power to brainwash people. Hu Xiaoheng only listened for a while before he felt the out-of-tune tune echoing in his mind. He couldn't remember the correct tune. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng look at him, Lu Jin raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Doesn't it sound nice?" Hu Xiaoheng, he shook his head speechlessly and asked aloofly, "Uncle Lu, where's President Lu?" Lu Jin pouted at the kitchen. "He's already preparing the food. Do you want to go take a look?" He waved his hand. He really didn't want to see this person wandering around in front of him. Hu Xiaoheng was about to talk to Lu Yuan when he nodded at Lu Jin. "Then I'll go help President Lu cook." "That's more like it." Lu Jin took the small plastic bag Gu Nianji had given him with satisfaction and went to the studio in the suite opposite him to store it. Hu Xiaoheng came to the kitchen and saw Lu Yuan wearing a dark purple and blue shirt and khaki casual pants. His sleeves were rolled up and he was wearing plastic gloves. He was preparing for a big meal. However, on the cooking counter on the left side of the kitchen, there were already 2 high-voltage electric cookers plugged in, indicating that they were stewing. There were several chopping boards on the right side. Some had vegetables on them, some had freshly made braised food, and some had eggs that were ready to be cut into egg skins. Hu Xiaoheng naturally rolled up his sleeves and said, "President Lu, I'm here to help you." Lu Yuan turned around and saw that he was here. His usually gentle and warm face revealed a hint of surprise. However, he quickly returned to normal and said with a smile, "Mr. Peter, are you also going to celebrate the Huaxiao Lunar New Year?" Hu Xiaoheng spread his hands and smiled helplessly. "But I have to. Who told me to fall in love with you Huaxia girls?" Lu Yuan chuckled. He thought to himself that if he hadn't recognized him, he would have really believed him. A Soviet man came all the way to our country and treated our Nianji's business as his own. What kind of spirit is this? This is the spirit of internationalism that doesn't care about self-interest. He teased Hu Xiaoheng with a chuckle as he took the knife and quickly shredded the cucumber. Hu Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his nose and smiled as he took another knife and helped Lu Yuan cut the egg skin. He asked, "What kind of dish are you going to make with the egg skin?" "Make egg dumplings." Lu Yuan glanced at the stuffing that had been prepared. "I also want to make a salt and pepper tofu fish. Help me make a bowl of egg liquid later." Hu Xiaoheng responded and quickly cut the egg skin. When he went to get the egg, he asked Lu Yuan softly, "Is there a surveillance camera here?" Lu Yuan didn't look up, but he shook his head gently. Hu Xiaoheng was relieved. While he was looking for eggs, he leaned against the kitchen counter and whispered to Lu Yuan, one facing the inside and the other facing the outside. "President Lu, how well do you know the Qin family?" Lu Yuan stopped cutting vegetables and said thoughtfully, "They're courting death again. I keep feeling that their actions this time are very abnormal." Hu Xiaoheng found the egg, took it out, and began to mix the egg liquid. His voice became even lower. "He Qingjian is a suspicious and decisive person. I can imagine that in front of him, the Qin family must be very cautious about matters related to the He family. They definitely wouldn't dare to play tricks. But this time, they directly played tricks on He Zhichu. It's really unexpected." Lu Yuan was also thinking about this matter. He said, "He Qingjian is indeed a character. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's an ambitious person. After all these years, if the Qin family had been obedient to him, they would have been eradicated by He Qingjian a long time ago. They wouldn't have waited until today." "Yes, I think so too. So my question is, for so many years, the He family has been well behaved and definitely didn't dare to touch the He family. Why did they suddenly dare to do so now? Is there any special reason that made them take the risk and make such a bad move? It would be fine if the assassination of He Zhichu wasn't found out. It was related to the Qin family. Once it was found out, no matter how big the Qin family's conglomerate was, they wouldn't be able to withstand He Qingjian's anger." Lu Yuan stared at the thin cucumber shreds in front of him and said thoughtfully, "The reason shouldn't be hard to guess. One of them must have something to do with Nianji. After Nianji came back, they couldn't sit still." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "That's one of my guesses. But is that really the only reason?" Nianji had lived in the He family for 6 years. During those 6 years, they had been well behaved and hadn't done anything out of line. Until 8 years ago, when Qin Yaoguang attacked and wanted to take Gu Nianji away from the He family. Lu Yuan thought of that year when Lu Jin had intercepted and saved Gu Nianji from the people Qin Yaoguang had sent out. He had made the He family mistakenly think that Lu Jin was the one who had kidnapped Gu Nianji in the first place. They had set up an inescapable net all over the country to arrest him. Lu Jin had no other choice. He almost wanted to jump into the sea with Gu Nianji. In order to keep this poor little girl away from these people who skinned and sucked her, Lu Yuan gave up the chance to return to the other world and gave the energy to Gu Nianji. This was because the energy they had stored at that time was only enough for one person to go over. Gu Nianji was only 12 years old. If she couldn't keep the secret, who knew what kind of tragic experience she would have in the other world? Therefore, Lu Yuan suggested that he ask Lu Jin if he was willing to hand Gu Nianji over to his nephew, Hu Xiaoheng, who was over there. He also promised that they would treat Gu Nianji well. If anything happened, Hu Xiaoheng would deal with it properly. He wouldn't do what Qin Yaoguang had done. Lu Jin had interpersonal disorder, but it wasn't that he didn't understand the basic elements of interpersonal relationships. In his opinion, for strangers to have a good relationship, it was still the most practical and trustworthy to be tied down by benefits. After they got to know each other better, benefits would of course come second. But before that, he needed to give little Gu Nianji a guarantee that she would be treated well and treated well by the people over there. Therefore, he put a very advanced engine blueprint into Gu Nianji's backpack without anyone teaching him. Lu Yuan was very excited when he saw it. Just this blueprint alone would allow the Huaxia Empire to break through the problem of fighter jet engines. At the same time, the people over there would definitely treat Gu Nianji well until they found the origins of the blueprint. That was because she was their only clue. Lu Yuan actually wanted to give the people on the other side a good explanation. Unfortunately, every very short contact with the other side required a lot of energy. Their side was different. He Qingjian's side was rich and overbearing. With the power of the entire country, of course they had more energy than them. No matter what he and Lu Jin did, they had to carefully control their energy usage. If they accidentally used too much energy, Gu Nianji wouldn't be able to get through. Thinking about what happened that year, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He said, I think the target is still Nianji. The difference is that Nianji should be able to give them more benefits. So much that they can overcome their fear of He Qingjian and take the risk to attack He Zhichu. Hua Xiaoheng's brows gradually furrowed. He recalled the time when the Qin family was ambushed by a bomb at the revolving restaurant, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. Since they want Nianji at all costs, then they must first eliminate the protection around Nianji. The first is, of course, He Zhichu. The second is probably me, the Soviet Peter. This is the second update of the day, Chapter 1693, Peeling the Silk from the Cocoon. Please vote for the recommendation, okay? Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1705. Targeting you. Lu Yuan frowned. Are you sure your identity hasn't been exposed? Would they really dare to target you? Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, the Qin family has been planning this for a long time. On the day the revolving restaurant exploded, He Zhichu found a Soviet sniper on the roof of the building opposite the restaurant, as well as a Soviet-made weapon. It's obvious that this is to blame the revolving restaurant explosion on the Soviets. And I announced my pursuit of Nianji in a high-profile manner. Nianji's relationship with the Qin family is very bad. This can barely give me a motive to deal with the Qin family. There's such a thing. Lu Yuan was very shocked. He Zhichu probably didn't believe that it had anything to do with you, right? He Zhichu isn't that stupid. But the most important thing is that they didn't expect me to be there when the explosion happened that day. If I really did it, would I have buried a bomb next to me? At the very least, if I really did it and I appeared at the scene, no one from the Qin family would have been able to leave the revolving restaurant alive. When Hua Xiaoheng said the last sentence, his eyes were stern, his expression was cold, and his tone was unquestionable. Lu Yuan also absolutely believed that Hua Xiaoheng had this ability, but that wasn't the point. He said seriously, you have to restrain yourself. This isn't our motherland. What good will it do them to go against a Soviet diplomat? Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed, as if he had been enlightened. He suddenly understood the other party's move. Their real goal now seems to be to pave the way for the infrasonic weapon. From the explosion to Qin Beioi's injury, to Qin Yaoguang's release from prison to guide the surgery, to He Zhichu's injury by the infrasonic weapon, they've drawn everyone's attention away from Nianji step by step. No wonder Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shuyi have been full of confidence ever since He Zhichu fell unconscious. In fact, they've been confident for a long time. Of course they can heal the damage they caused themselves. After He Zhichu wakes up, they'll take the opportunity to reveal the secret room and the infrasonic weapon at the right time. That way, they'll be able to pin the blame on the KGB. And He Qingjian and He Zhichu both know my identity very well. This was a game of chess that gradually led the clues to the KGB, the ace of the Far East, Peter Hua Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan gasped. You mean, they're not just after Nianji and you? There must be someone powerful behind the scenes. Hua Xiaoheng shared all his thoughts and speculations from the past few days. At that time, He Zhichu, who had been injured by the infrasound, would be saved by Qin Yaoguang. He would definitely be under their control. Then, as long as we pin the culprit who hurt He Ji-chu on the ace of the Far East, Peter, with how much He Qingjian dotes on his son, what do you think he will do? Hu Xiaoheng used the slender knife in his hand to make a shallow mark on the wood-colored beech anvil. Lu Yuan took off his plastic gloves and placed his hands on the kitchen counter. He lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, based on He Qingjian's conduct, the lightest punishment would be to kill Peter. The worst-case scenario would be to fall out with the Soviet Union and expel diplomats. In the end, it's not impossible for it to develop into an armed conflict, yes. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes became even darker. If I were the mastermind behind the scenes, this is how I would predict the outcome of the operation. For them, the best outcome would be for the Huaxia Empire and the Soviet Union to fall out and return to the period of armed confrontation between the Huaxia Empire and the Soviet Union in the last century. It's not impossible for it to lead to a border war. Lu Yuan nodded and analyzed. If this goal isn't achieved, then the next outcome would be for He Qingjian to kill Peter. You said that Peter's identity is the KGB's ace of the Far East. Once Peter dies, then our Huaxia Empire's agents in the Soviet Union will be caught in one fell swoop by the KGB and killed in the cruelest way possible. Although this won't lead to an open armed conflict, the blood that will flow on the hidden battlefront will not be any less than an open armed conflict. Hu Xiaoheng took a deep breath and nodded. He used the long knife to draw a triangle on the beech cutting board. To them, the next outcome is that Peter doesn't die, but is expelled by He Qingjian and will never be able to step foot into the Huaxia Empire again. This way, both Peter and He Ji-chu will be taken down by them. On the surface, Nianji will be alone and helpless. No one will sincerely protect her. Lu Yuan looked at the triangle Hu Xiaoheng had drawn and pursed his lips. A glint flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "This plan is really big." Unfortunately, they didn't predict that Gu Xiangwen didn't die, and that Gu Xiangwen has me, Huo Guanyuan, by her side. Gu Xiangwen was Lu Jin, and Huo Guanyuan was Lu Yuan. Lu Jin's IQ was outstanding. Just the Nobel Prize he had won spanned the fields of biomedicine and high-energy physics. There were also computer technology and mechanical manufacturing. Lu Yuan had been the most outstanding intelligence officer in the military for decades. Although he had been hiding in this world for the past decade or so, he hadn't left his profession behind at all. Yes, even if Nianji doesn't have He Ji-chu and me, she still has you and Uncle Lu. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. The other party didn't know themselves and their enemy, so they couldn't have won every battle. Lu Yuan smiled and glared at him. Stop flattering me. He picked up the knife and began to cut the braised food. He said, also, the other party was able to design a trap at the level of relations between countries. Their vision is no longer limited to family feuds and relationships between men and women. This person has a big plan. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. But I'm more inclined to think that these consequences are just incidental results in the process of pursuing their ultimate goal. In other words, their main goal wasn't to provoke a war between the Huaxia Empire and the Soviet Union, but to achieve their own goal while doing so. Success was good, and failure was meaningless. Lu Yuan suddenly looked up at Hu Xiaoheng. Their ultimate goal. Is it really Nianji? Hu Xiaoheng nodded solemnly. That's the only explanation. Who exactly is this mastermind? Lu Yuan muttered, I've been here for more than 10 years. I know many people from the upper echelons of the political and military circles, as well as people from the business and academic circles. The most outstanding academic figure is Lu Jin. The most outstanding military figure is He Qingjian, and the most outstanding political figure is Xia Beiqin. They all have the ability to set up this plan, but they don't have the motivation to do so. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips slightly and said teasingly. You didn't say who the most outstanding business figure is. Maybe it's this person. Get lost. Lu Yuan couldn't help but kick him. He pointed at himself and said, "The most outstanding business figure is preparing for the New Year's dinner in this kitchen. He doesn't have such a motive." Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh loudly. His voice was low and magnetic, and when he laughed, it was especially moving. Gu Nianji took a shower and changed into a spring festival suit that Lu Jin had prepared for her. It was custom-made for Chanel for the winter. Lu Jin sent Gu Nianji's measurements to Chanel's custom-made department and specially made a dress for her. It was made of fine wool, with a herringbone red and black checkered mini doll dress. It had 6 old silver copper buttons on the chest, and a slightly high waistline. Coupled with Chanel's red calf leather custom-made boots, it made her legs look even longer. She looked like an extremely cute Barbie doll. Gu Nianji liked this set of clothes very much. After putting it on, she looked at herself in the mirror and let her hair down. The hairdryer quickly made a few big curls and draped them over her back. Finally, she put on a little pink lip gloss, which instantly brightened her entire face. She walked out of the bedroom happily and went to the living room to walk around. She found that there was no one there, and she didn't even know where Lu Jin had gone. Only a low and magnetic laughter came from the kitchen. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. This was Hu Xiaoheng's original voice. It was a good voice that could make one's ears pregnant. Gu Nianji was about to be drunk. Did he really think that she couldn't recognize him, so he had completely let himself go? Or did he think that no one could recognize him because she wasn't around, so he didn't even bother to disguise his voice? Gu Nianji was mischievous and tiptoed towards the kitchen. Walking out of the living room carpet, she looked down at the solid wood floor under her feet and her boots. There was no way to hide the sound of her footsteps now. She simply took off her boots and walked barefoot to the kitchen. As soon as she reached the kitchen door, Hu Xiaoheng's laughter had already stopped. He tilted his head and faced the direction of the kitchen door. His entire body was relaxed as he smiled and spoke to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's back was facing the kitchen door. The speed of the knife in his hand did not slow down as he continued to cut vegetables. Gu Nianji was a little puzzled. When did Hu Xiaoheng become so familiar with Lu Yuan? And he didn't seem to be guarded at all. It was quite a sight to behold. He didn't look like someone she had only known for less than a month. There was an indescribable tacit understanding and familiarity between them. Gu Nianji thought of Lu Yuan San Xian fried rice again. What a familiar taste. Gu Nianji couldn't help gulping. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly noticed a tall and slender figure at the kitchen door. He looked up naturally and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, are you done showering? That's a beautiful dress." As he spoke, he put down the long knife in his hand, wiped his hands with a tissue, and walked over to her. Gu Nianji also smiled very naturally and said, "I just finished showering. I'm starving, so I came to the kitchen to find something to eat." She complained again, "I don't know where my father went. I asked him to find me something to eat. I'll eat it after I finish showering, but he's gone." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her carefully and saw that there was no flaw in her expression. Even he couldn't tell what she was thinking, and he felt a little lost. Lu Yuan turned around and was also stunned by Gu Nianji's outfit today. He smiled and said, "Your father has good taste. This outfit really looks good on you." Gu Nianji stood on her tiptoes and spun around. She held the edge of her skirt with both hands and bowed like a ballet dancer. She smiled and said, "President Lu, can you give me some food? I'm starving to death." Only then did Hu Xiaoheng see Gu Nianji's bare feet and long legs. His eyes darkened slightly, and he carried Gu Nianji horizontally. He smiled and said, "The floor is too cold. Miss Gu, why don't you wear shoes?" This is the first update of the day, chapter 1694, there's a mastermind behind the scenes. Please vote for the recommendation, okay? Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1706. Mr. Peter, put me down. Can't we talk nicely? Why are you pulling me? Gu Nianji blushed when she saw Lu Yuan looking at her with a smile. She tried to push Hua Xiaoheng away in a flurry. Hua Xiaoheng's arms wrapped around her tightly. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank into his arms. In the end, her entire body was held tightly in his arms. Her face was pressed against his strong chest. Listening to his vigorous heartbeat, her own heart almost resonated with it. In a daze, she was carried back to the living room by Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and saw a pair of red boots on the edge of the living room carpet. His eyes moved slightly, and he smiled. Miss Gu, why did you take off your shoes here? Gu Nianji saw that she couldn't break free, so she stopped struggling. She crossed her feet and said, I like to be barefoot. Who wears boots at home? Aren't you stupid? Her feet were very beautiful. They were small and exquisite, and the shape of her ankles was beautiful. They were tender and well-maintained. Hua Xiaoheng quickly looked away from Gu Nianji's feet. Seeing this, Gu Nianji wrinkled her delicate and straight nose in disdain. Her long, slender legs continued to sway in front of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to look away from Gu Nianji's white legs with difficulty again. Without looking sideways, he carried Gu Nianji to the living room and placed her on the corner sofa with a modern avant-garde design. Hua Xiaoheng didn't get up immediately. Instead, he rested both hands on the low leather backrest of the sofa in the corner and circled Gu Nianji in the crook of his arm. He stared into her dark, misty eyes and said with a half-smile, Miss Gu didn't wear boots at home. Why did those boots come from the bedroom to the living room? Did they walk over by themselves? How do you know they're in the bedroom? They're clearly in the living room. Gu Nianji smiled slyly. Really? But these boots match the miniskirt you're wearing. In other words, they're accessories from the New Year's suit your father prepared for you. Then they must have been placed in the bedroom with your dress. If you didn't wear them, did the boots become spirits and run out by themselves? Gu Nianji was speechless. Was it great that he could reason? Who needed him to reason with me at a time like this? What a straight man. Gu Nianji saw that she couldn't bluff her way out of it. Her eyes blinked rapidly, and her long, fan-like eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes reflected the bright lights in the living room, and she chuckled. You called me Nianji when you texted me just now, but now you're calling me Miss Gu. Hua Xiaoheng's heart raced, but he quickly calmed down. He lowered his body even more. Their faces were very close. It was as if they would be if he moved a centimeter closer. Both of them could feel each other trying their best to control their breathing. It was a little hot, but because of their restraint, it wasn't that obvious. Their faintly discernible breaths were even more alluring. In the past, Gu Nianji wouldn't have hesitated to dodge in times like this. She wouldn't have had such intimate physical contact with someone she wasn't familiar with. But this time, she just lazily lay on the sofa with her arms crossed in front of her chest. The sofa's back was low, and she seemed to be even more slender. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her quietly. Their eyes met, and they both wanted to see into each other's hearts. However, both of their eyes were equally dark, like the finest black velvet. It was so dark that it seemed as if light was about to shine from within. The two of them stared at each other for an unknown amount of time until Lu Jin's explosive shout interrupted their silence. Peter, what are you doing? Release my daughter. Lu Jin shouted and threw the folder in his hand at her. It was as if Hua Xiaoheng had eyes on the back of his head. When he heard the sound of the folder flying over, he reached behind him and caught it firmly. He quickly got up and turned around. He smiled at Lu Jin and said, Uncle Lu, please don't take offense. Miss Gu. Nianji ran into the kitchen to ask for food without wearing shoes. I was afraid that she would catch a cold from stepping on the wooden floor, so I carried her over. Lu Jin's gaze finally fell on Gu Nianji's bare feet. Nianji, didn't I prepare boots for you? It even matched your dress. Why didn't you wear it in the bedroom? Didn't you see it? Lu Jin asked in confusion. It was exactly as Hu Xiaoheng had deduced earlier. Gu Nianji almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. She sat up from the sofa and said with a red face, Dad, didn't I say I was hungry? Where did you go? Where's the food I asked you to prepare? I'm so hungry that I'm about to have hypoglycemia. She gently rubbed her forehead, which was covered in sweat. Ha! I forgot everything when I saw Peter like this just now. Lu Jin glared at Hu Xiaoheng and said, I'll go take a look in the kitchen. Nianji, if you have hypoglycemia, don't move. Sit down properly. Dad will get you something to eat. Lu Jin quickly walked to the kitchen. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked down at Gu Nianji. He teased, hypoglycemia. Nianji, why didn't I know you had hypoglycemia? Gu Nianji looked at him with a smile and hugged her little panda pillow. She tilted her head and said, Are you very familiar with me? How did you know if I had hypoglycemia? Of course we're familiar. We've known each other for almost 2 months, right? Hu Xiaoheng bowed slightly and successfully saw Gu Nianji's eyes darken. He narrowed his eyes and straightened up. Seeing that Lu Jin was already walking over with a large tray, he quickly walked over and said, Uncle Lu, can I help you? Lu Jin glared at him. Go help in the kitchen. Boss Lu can't do it alone. He actually didn't want to see Peter and Gu Nianji alone. The scene was very harmonious and pleasing to the eye, but Lu Jin still felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Hu Xiaoheng turned to look at Gu Nianji. He saw that she was sitting on the sofa and didn't turn to look at him. Hu Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the kitchen again. Lu Jin walked to Gu Nianji with a carved mahogany tray. He bent down and placed the tray on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Boss Lu made it with great care. Lu Jin pointed at the dish on the tray and introduced it proudly. I said that you've been too nervous these past few days and might be a little weak, so Boss Lu made this first-grade sea cucumber. He lifted the lid of the bowl, revealing a steamed crow ginseng in the steaming bowl underneath. This method is very complicated. First, you have to burn the rough skin of the crow ginseng, then break it open and wash it. Then, you have to boil it twice in boiling water. Then, you have to stir-fry the pork, which has been cut into pieces, with diced southeast winter bamboo shoots, Jinhua ham, northeast mushrooms, and scallops into stuffing. Then, you have to fill it in the broken crow ginseng, tie it tightly with tofu skin, and steam it in the steamer. As Lu Jin spoke, he poked the crow ginseng with his chopsticks. A hole appeared with one poke, and it felt like it was melting in the mouth. Look, isn't it steamed well? Lu Jin said proudly, as if he had made the dish. Gu Nianji listened with a smile and couldn't help swallowing. She picked up her chopsticks and poked it. It was indeed soft. She didn't know how it tasted. She gently bit the tip of the ginseng. It was different from the slightly crispy sea cucumber she had eaten in the past. This first-class sea cucumber was completely steamed, but it had greatly preserved the original taste of the ingredients. She took a bite of the sea cucumber. There was also pork, winter bamboo shoots, ham, mushrooms, and scallop stuffing inside. Each of these stuffing was very flavorful and fresh, but together, they all served as a foil to the sea cucumber. The original fishy and astringent taste of the wild sea cucumber was perfectly neutralized, leaving only a soft and fresh taste. Lu Yuan didn't add any stock to the dish. He only added a little salt. The taste of the stuffing itself seeped into the crow ginseng. When she ate, it was just like how Hong Qigong had tasted, who listens to the falling plum blossoms on the jade flute. She tasted 25 different flavors from 5 different kinds of meat. Every time she chewed, it was a different taste, but it was also a feast for her taste buds. Moreover, the sea cucumber had the unique sweetness of seafood. Therefore, when she ate this first-class black ginseng, the taste was even more varied than Huang Rong's, who listens to the falling plum blossoms on the jade flute. Gu Nianji accidentally ate the entire first-grade crow ginseng. Seeing that she was eating so happily, Lu Jin smiled and said, "Do you want more?" "Boss Lu has done a lot." Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. "This is already too much. I think I can eat this bowl until night." "Okay, then we'll eat it for New Year's Eve dinner tonight." Lu Jin brought the tray back to the kitchen. Since Lu Jin and Gu Nianji had both come out, Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng didn't talk about any confidential topics. The two of them quietly cooked in the kitchen. Hua Xiaoheng was only in charge of cutting and washing the vegetables, while Lu Yuan cooked the dishes. Lu Jin placed the tray on the counter and praised Lu Yuan with a smile before returning to the living room to talk to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji asked curiously, "Dad, where did you go just now? I didn't see you when I came out." "I went back to my studio and stored the things you brought back in the fridge," Lu Jin said casually. He took out a physics book to divert Gu Nianji's attention. "Nianji, do you want to learn a little quantum mechanics?" Gu Nianji, she couldn't bear to be a disappointment, so she nodded. "Dad, please tell me about it. But let me make it clear first, I'm terrible at physics. If I can't learn it, don't scold me." "How is that possible? How could my daughter, Lu Jin, not be able to learn quantum mechanics?" Lu Jin explained it to Gu Nianji in high spirits. Gu Nianji opened her eyes and listened for a while. Perhaps the whole crow ginseng was starting to take effect, or perhaps she was tired. In short, as she listened, her eyelids kept fighting. She tried her best to stay awake, but in the end, she was still no match for the fierceness of the sleep demon. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Lu Yuan happened to come to the living room to answer the phone. When he saw this scene, he teased. "Are you disappointed? Your daughter can't inherit your mantle." "How could that be?" Lu Jin was elated. "On the contrary, I've never thought quantum mechanics was so useful." Lu Yuan. "How is it useful?" He looked at Gu Nianji sleeping soundly on the sofa and the corners of his mouth twitched. "How is it useless?" "It can coax my girl to sleep," Lu Jin said righteously as he carefully covered Gu Nianji with a blanket. This is the second watch of the day, chapter 1694, Coax My Girl to Sleep. Please vote for the recommendation, okay? Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1707. Lu Yuan stared blankly at Lu Jin, who was carefully taking care of the sleeping Gu Nianji. Even a patient with a serious interpersonal disorder like Lu Jin had unreserved love for his children. This was the nature of a normal human being. Of course, if someone didn't have this kind of nature, it could only be said that he or she wasn't a normal person. Lu Yuan was immersed in his emotions. Just as he was about to praise Lu Jin, he heard Lu Jin say proudly, "A person like you who doesn't have a daughter will never be able to understand this feeling." He had a smug look that said, "I'm proud to have a daughter, I'm proud to have a daughter." Lu Yuan retracted his previous emotions. He knew that talking to someone like Lu Jin was an extravagant hope. He would either anger you to death, or he would suffocate you to death. Anyway, he was going to die. It was just a matter of dying sooner or later. Lu Yuan's face darkened. He took his phone to the balcony to answer the call. Hua Xiaoheng came out of the kitchen and saw that Gu Nianji had already fallen asleep on the sofa. One arm was raised behind her head, revealing her fair and delicate arm. She was covered with a freshwater crystal purple blanket. The edge of the blanket had fine lint that rubbed against the edge of her arm, making her skin look crystal clear. It was like a tender purple lotus root wrapped in a section of white lotus root. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He looked away and walked over. Lu Jin was wearing beige casual clothes and was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, right in front of the sofa where Gu Nianji was sleeping. There was a laptop on his lap, and he was typing furiously. He didn't know if he was programming or writing something. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flickered. He saw an introductory book on quantum mechanics on the coffee table between the two sofas. He bent down to pick up the book and flipped through it for a while. It was actually quite interesting. He sat on the sofa opposite Gu Nianji and began to read the book. Lu Jin finished writing a program and sent it back to his studio's mainframe. He let the mainframe start testing the program he had just written as he rubbed his stiff neck. He turned around to look at Gu Nianji. She was sleeping soundly. Her breathing was shallow and even, and her little face was a little red. It was the kind of red that was on the most delicate roux kiln white porcelain with a few strokes of light carmine glaze. Charming but not seductive, beautiful but not vulgar. Of course, his daughter was good no matter how he looked at it. Lu Jin was filled with joy. He gently adjusted the blanket for Gu Nianji and put her exposed arm back into the blanket. She turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting across from her. He was reading the introductory quantum mechanics textbook that he had given her. Lu Jin scoffed and whispered, "Mr. Peter, do you understand it?" Hua Xiaoheng came back to his senses and looked up at Lu Jin. He smiled and said, "I learned a little quantum mechanics in university. This is an introductory reading, so it's not like I can't understand it." As he spoke, he praised this introductory reading material for being written in simple terms and that it was very interesting. Lu Jin was delighted when he heard that. "Looks like you really understand quantum mechanics." Actually, Hua Xiaoheng had never studied quantum mechanics in university. After he went to school, he wanted to get closer to his mother so that they could talk about the topics that his mother was most interested in. That was why he had secretly found a book on quantum mechanics to read. He hadn't been studying on his own for long, but with Song Jinning's guidance, he was still better than most people in quantum mechanics. Although he hadn't touched quantum mechanics in more than 10 years, Hua Xiaoheng felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this introductory reading material. Seeing that Lu Jin was also a study addict, Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He held the book and asked, "Uncle Lu, if I want to study quantum mechanics on my own, what basic knowledge do I need to supplement?" This happened to be a topic that Lu Jin was interested in. He immediately burst into a torrent of stories. "I like your attitude. Quantum mechanics is an advanced subject, which means that to understand it, you have to first lay a solid foundation. Some people say that quantum mechanics is a subject that can't be studied on your own, so it's called overestimating yourself." Hua Xiaoheng. How could one explain overestimating themselves like that? Lu Jin waved his hand. "But I don't agree. Actually, you can study any subject on your own, as long as you're smart enough and find the right way to learn it. For example, quantum mechanics. No matter how advanced it is, it's still just a subject. If quantum mechanics can't be studied on your own, then who was the person who created this subject? Where did he learn it?" It can be seen that people who say that are not only belittling themselves, but also belittling others. Because he treats his IQ as a benchmark, and thinks that others can't do what he can't do. It's polite to say that this kind of person is a frog in a well, and that he's blinded by a leaf. To put it bluntly, this kind of person treats himself as a machine. He only knows what to do if you give him instructions. If you don't give him instructions, he'll become a rotten wood that can't be carved. Ignore this kind of person. If you want to study quantum mechanics on your own, you have to lay a solid foundation first. The first is advanced mathematics. You have to understand this aspect thoroughly, otherwise you won't understand the way quantum mechanics thinks. The second is linear algebra. When quantum mechanics involves the theory of multidimensional space, you'll find that linear algebra is simply godly mathematics. Then there's probability. You have to have some basic knowledge in this area. You can take a course in statistics. Finally, this is it. Lu Jin pointed at his head. Your brain must be flexible, and you must be able to master the knowledge of various subjects. Although smart people may not be able to learn quantum mechanics well, people who aren't smart definitely won't be able to learn quantum mechanics. One couldn't learn it well, and the other couldn't learn it well. The difference between the two was immediately obvious. Hua Xiaoheng kept nodding as he listened. He flipped open the introductory reading on quantum mechanics and asked a few random questions. Of course, these questions had a certain level of skill. Hua Xiaoheng was actually asking some of the quantum mechanics questions that Song Jining had thought about before. Lu Jin was beaming with joy as he listened. He almost dragged Hua Xiaoheng to his studio to give him a computer demonstration. Hua Xiaoheng quickly nodded at Gu Nianji and lowered his voice. Uncle Lu, Nianji is still asleep. Lu Jin came back to his senses and turned to look at Gu Nianji. He saw that her eyes were closed, but her eyes were clearly moving under her eyelids. Lu Jin laughed. Nianji, you're awake. Did Dad wake you up? Gu Nianji had been awake for a while. She lay motionless on the sofa as she listened to Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Jin talk about quantum mechanics. As she listened, Lu Jin's attitude towards her changed 180 degrees. Gu Nianji was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng was too cunning. Not only had he easily subdued Lu Jin with a book on quantum mechanics, but the point was that Lu Jin had clearly used this book to try and explain it to Gu Nianji. This was really like using one's own spear to attack one's own shield. Now that she had been seen through, she didn't blush. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lu Jin with a smile. Dad, you're so charming when you talk about quantum mechanics. Little flatterer. Why are you still asleep when you're charming? Lu Jin smiled and pulled her up. Afraid that she would catch a cold, he covered her legs with the blanket and blocked Hua Xiaoheng's view. Gu Nianji giggled and said, Aren't I awake again? It's not hard to make me fall asleep, but it's really hard to make me wake up. You're right. Lu Jin smiled and patted her head. He looked at his watch. Can we start making dinner now? New Year's Eve dinner is the highlight of today. Gu Nianji looked around. Where's President Lu? He went back to his room to answer the phone just now, Lu Jin said casually. Lu Jin said casually, maybe it's a confidant. Look, she's secretly answering the phone behind our backs. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan pushed the door open and came in. Gu Nianji smiled and turned around to ask, President Lu, is it really your confidant calling? Do you want to invite her over for the new year? The more the merrier. Lu Yuan knew that Lu Jin was making things up. He held his phone and said calmly, I don't have a confidant. Your dad was amazing back then. He was doing experiments in the laboratory all day in university, and there were a bunch of female graduate students who were infatuated with him. When he went out to give a lecture, he was almost full of fruits. That's amazing, Dad. Gu Nianji's attention immediately turned to Lu Jin. She said in surprise, haven't you ever thought about having a second spring or something? Lu Jin suddenly blushed and said, there wasn't even a first spring, so how could there be a second spring? Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Hey, aren't you hungry? Boss Lu, hurry up and make New Year's dinner. He stood up and pushed Lu Yuan towards the kitchen. Lu Yuan glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting on the sofa. Hua Xiaoheng gave him a look. Lu Yuan understood and pulled Lu Jin aside. Since you're so capable, help me make New Year's dinner today and help me. If you don't agree, I'll tell your daughter about how popular you were back then. Alright, alright. I'll help you. I'll help you, okay. Lu Jin hurriedly covered Lu Yuan's mouth and complained, don't talk nonsense and ruin my image in my daughter's heart. You're worried about your image now. You've spared no effort to ruin my image. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. He closed the kitchen door, turned on the exhaust hood, and began to make New Year's dinner. The preparations for all kinds of dishes were done. The steamed and stewed dishes were also ready. Now all they needed to do was stir-fry and cold dishes. Only Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng were left in the living room. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her quietly and smiled without saying a word. Gu Nianji could take it. She looked back at Hu Xiaoheng with a smile and chatted with him. Mr. Peter, what kind of people do you have in your family? From the looks of it, you should be Chinese, right? Then what if your family doesn't celebrate the Spring Festival? The Spring Festival was a holiday shared by Chinese people all over the world. No matter which country you were in, you wouldn't ignore the most important holiday of the year. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his long legs and smiled leisurely. My parents passed away a long time ago, and I grew up with my grandmother. Later, my grandmother died in the line of duty during a mission, and I had no relatives. He knew that as long as he said that, Gu Nianji would definitely not get to the bottom of the matter. Sure enough, Gu Nianji looked sympathetic. Ha! I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked these questions. Mr. Peter, I was presumptuous. Hu Xiaoheng immediately said sadly, it's okay, I don't mind. So I hope to spend the new year with you guys and feel the atmosphere of the new year. Nianji, can I call you Nianji? Would you like me to spend the new year with you guys? Gu Nianji was also thinking, he had hit her where it hurt. When she went back, she had to complain to Miss Song, who was long gone. Gu Nianji thought about it, but her expression became more and more cautious. She said softly, sure, aren't you staying now? You're still very close to my dad. Hu Xiaoheng, what kind of words were those? What did he mean by, very close to her dad? Who was he doing it for? Then he racked his brains to recall some of the quantum mechanics problems that Miss Song was interested in back then. Gu Nianji held back her laughter and said, I understand now. You've been with me since your parents were gone and you lacked fatherly love. You're envious that I have a good father, so you've been following me, right? Actually, you can acknowledge my father as your godfather. That way, you won't have to use the guise of pursuing me to get close to my father. Hu Xiaoheng's face darkened. What was wrong with Gu Nianji? She had actually twisted his pursuit of her and his efforts to gain Lu Jin's favor into a lack of fatherly love. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng's darkened expression, and the evil little man with horns in her heart smiled like a little devil. Did I hit the nail on the head? Gu Nianji tilted her head and said, don't be embarrassed. I'll tell my father later. Don't worry, as long as I make a request, my father will definitely agree. It's just an extra godson. She was getting more and more outrageous. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and walked over to Gu Nianji's side to sit down. He held her hand and whispered into her ear. What godson? A son-in-law and half a son. I'll be your father's son-in-law. As he spoke, he bit Gu Nianji's earlobe. The lychee jelly that had tempted him for a long time finally entered his mouth. It was as soft and delicious as he remembered. He couldn't let go after the bite. He subconsciously wrapped his arms around the soft and trembling little ball of flesh and touched it with the tip of his tongue. The round little earlobe was almost sucked into a small thin piece in his mouth, but as soon as he let go of the tip of his tongue, the small piece immediately swelled up again, as if it was showing off against the tip of his tongue. So he sucked again and gently bit down on the earlobe with the tip of his teeth before slowly letting go of Gu Nianji's earlobe. Gu Nianji didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to really bite it. The earlobe was almost melted in his mouth, and a warm current rushed from the most sensitive area of her ear. Half of her body was numb. She couldn't move. Hu Xiaoheng let go of her mouth, and Gu Nianji came back to her senses. She pushed him away and said with a flushed face, "If you keep doing this, you won't be able to spend the new year." Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He only grabbed her arm hard and waited for Gu Nianji to calm down before saying in a husky voice, "Nianji, do you really not have feelings for me?" This was today's big chapter, chapter 1696, For Whom He Did It. There was no more at night. P.S. I can't stop writing about my daily life again, forgive me moi, all the big bosses and little angels. Chapter 1708. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng quietly. Although her heart was in turmoil and her emotions were on the verge of breaking down, she still tried her best to hold it in. She couldn't help it. A person's endurance and self-control were developed through repeated training. Gu Nianji was no exception. The living room was very quiet. The lights were bright, but with the addition of a white paper lampshade, it had a soft effect. Hu Xiaoheng's back was facing the light. His strong body moved closer and cast a huge shadow. Although he didn't press down on her, his aura was indeed there. They were very close, but there was still a little distance between them. They weren't close to each other. There was a little distance between them, but neither of them crossed it. Gu Nianji's sharp and bright eyes gradually became gentle and hazy. She slowly reached out and caressed the side of Hu Xiaoheng's face. Her slender fingers caressed him from his sideburns down slowly, all the way to his lips. Hu Xiaoheng didn't move. He lowered his head and let her fingers caress his face. Her hands were very soft, and her fingers were delicate. There was an indescribable sense of comfort and freedom on his face. When her fingers reached his lips, Hu Xiaoheng turned his head and kissed her fingers. Starting from the tip of her finger, he kissed her soft fingers. He didn't kiss her deeply. He only used his lips to gently touch her fingers. He kissed the base of her fingers and slowly moved up. He even rubbed his straight nose against Gu Nianji's fingers. Gu Nianji was obsessed with sound and looks, but few people knew that she was obsessed with her nose the most. A straight, perfectly shaped nose had always been something she couldn't refuse. Gu Nianji was angry and amused to see Hu Xiaoheng like this. She withdrew her hand and wiped her fingers with a tissue on the coffee table. She lowered her eyes and said slowly, "Mr. Peter, you asked me if I had feelings for you. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Hu Xiaoheng, he sat down next to Gu Nianji and rested his elbows on the sofa. He looked at Gu Nianji and smiled. "What if I want to hear both the truth and a lie? Then I'll tell you everything." Gu Nianji chuckled and shifted to the other side of the sofa to keep a safe distance from Hu Xiaoheng. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Hu Xiaoheng and said, "Mr. Peter, the lie is that of course I have feelings. What about the truth?" Hu Xiaoheng's smile deepened. "The truth is, I do feel it." Hu Xiaoheng still looked at her with a smile. His expression didn't change at all, but he wasn't so sure anymore. He cocked his head and discreetly inched closer to Gu Nianji. "It doesn't sound any different if you're telling the truth. At the end of the day, she just had feelings for him." Gu Nianji smiled. "How can there be no difference? The difference is huge." She placed her finger on her dimples and frowned. "Mr. Peter, I won't hide it from you. Everything you've done is what I've always dreamed of. I used to hope that the person I loved could be like you, able to say nice things and put me first in front of everyone. If there's anything, come and help me immediately. Don't let me handle it myself." Hu Xiaoheng, the uneasiness in his heart grew worse. Why, used to? What did he mean by adding those two words? Could it be that everything he did as Peter wasn't what Gu Nianji wanted? I also used to regret that he didn't say those nice words and do those things that I thought were necessary like other men. So how could I not feel anything after you made up for all my regrets? Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then you admit that you have feelings for me. Then why do you keep rejecting me? Gu Nianji raised her hand and waved it off. Don't be anxious. The feeling I'm talking about isn't the feeling of love between a man and a woman, but pure emotion and enlightenment. Hua Xiaoheng. Enlightenment. Yes. Gu Nianji smiled at Hua Xiaoheng and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Peter, for helping me understand my heart. You've helped me understand what the relationship I really want and the person I really love is like. Hua Xiaoheng could only smile bitterly. How do you want me to respond? Should I say you don't have to thank me? No, the KGB never admits defeat. Gu Nianji shrugged. You really don't have to waste time. What's wrong with me? Hua Xiaoheng looked angry. You said you have someone you love. Does this person really exist? If he's in this world, why didn't he come to you? Why did he let you go through so much alone? Gu Nianji almost broke down. She quickly turned her head and looked away so that Hua Xiaoheng couldn't see the expression in her eyes. She looked at the other corner of the living room and held back her laughter. You don't have to worry about where he is. As for whether he will come to me or not, it has nothing to do with you. This person was really addicted to acting, wasn't he? Who wasn't a drama queen? Gu Nianji turned around and looked at him. She said in the most sincere tone, Mr. Peter, thank you for everything you've done. I'm not a cold-hearted person. How could I not feel anything? But the more I feel, the more I understand that you're not the person I love. The person I love won't say that he wants to pursue me in public, but he will quietly eliminate all those who try to get close to me with bad intentions. He won't make vows about what will happen to him for the rest of his life, but he will use every day to tell me that as long as he's here, I'll be here. Gu Nianji was silent for a moment. She pressed her hand against her chest and suppressed the surging love that had nowhere to put. She realized that she wasn't acting. Every word she said came from the bottom of her heart. Taking a deep breath, Gu Nianji continued, everything you said and did made me understand that you're Peter, and you're not him. If he was like you, he wouldn't be him. Actually, any man would be able to do your sweet words and attentiveness. I used to think that it was my regret that he didn't pursue me like an ordinary man. But now, what you've done has made me understand that there's actually nothing to regret. I didn't even know that I didn't care about these things. Mr. Peter, don't laugh. Feelings are like drinking water. Only you know whether it's hot or cold. You have to experience it to know what you really want. I thank you for allowing me to experience all of this without hurting him, and thank you for allowing me to see my true self. Gu Nianji nodded slightly to thank Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was greatly shocked by Gu Nianji's words. He really didn't care who Gu Nianji loved. Was it Hua Xiaoheng or Peter? It was all him anyway. What did he care about? But no matter what he did here, he had a very clear understanding that these things were done by Peter, not by Hua Xiaoheng. As a senior intelligence officer, this habit was deeply ingrained in his bones. He didn't even realize that there was anything wrong with it. It wasn't until Gu Nianji sat here and told him softly and clearly that Hua Xiaoheng hadn't done all of this, so she didn't want it. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were a little wet. He held his breath and looked at her. The love in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Gu Nianji clasped her hands in front of her chest and recalled the days they had spent together. She said sincerely, thank you, Mr. Peter, for letting me understand that I love him so much. I love everything about him. His strengths, weaknesses, where he's better than others, and where he's not as good as others. I know it all clearly. I know that I'm not the first in his heart, but I still love him. I love him as a whole, from the inside out, from his thoughts to his words and actions. He's unique. You're not him. But I still have to thank you, because you didn't learn from him. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't control himself at all and had already unknowingly sat next to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's other side was the armrest of the sofa. She had no place to retreat. She looked into Hu Xiaoheng's eyes and said word by word, I want him to be by my side. Even if it's just eating together, taking a walk together, talking together, and chatting. Saying good night to each other when you sleep. Smiling at each other when you wake up in the morning and saying good morning. That's the happiest and best life I can think of. This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 1697, I love you. The second chapter at 8 p.m. P.S. It's really a chapter that fits the occasion. Happy 520 moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1709. If Gu Nianji hadn't looked into Hu Xiaoheng's eyes when she said this, Hu Xiaoheng might not have noticed anything. But when she looked at him, the emotions in her eyes were so clear. Hu Xiaoheng's heartstrings almost snapped. She saw it, she realized, these two realizations rose in his heart. Since she had already recognized him, he didn't want to pretend anymore. He suddenly leaned down and bit her lips. Yes, kissing could no longer express his emotions. He had to bite to transmit the love from the bottom of his heart. His teeth sank into the softness of her curvy lips. It was almost like biting into a ball of cotton candy. Not only was it soft, but it was also sweet. Gu Nianji froze and suddenly burst forth with strength to push him away. She whimpered. Let go of me. Let go of me. You can't do this. She moved more and more urgently and with more strength, but in Hu Xiaoheng's arms, her strength was not worth mentioning. Hu Xiaoheng restrained her entire body with one arm and wrapped the other around her waist to rub it vigorously. Gu Nianji was still struggling with all her might, fighting against his kiss and her own weakness. Hu Xiaoheng bit her lips and felt her entire body resist. The biting immediately slowed down. He released his teeth and pressed his lips against hers, gently touching the place on her curvy lips that he had just bitten. Hu Xiaoheng hugged her tightly to soothe her intense emotions. It's me, Nianji. It's me. He whispered in her ear, using his natural deep voice. It was magnetic and wanted to drill into her heart. Gu Nianji froze and thought she had heard wrong. It's you. Who are you? Who are you? Gu Nianji asked instinctively. Her heart was pounding, and she was even more nervous. Was this true? Hu Xiaoheng was going to admit his true identity to her. I want to eat with you, walk with you, talk and chat with you. Say good night to each other when we sleep. Smile at each other in the morning and say good morning. Live the happiest life together. Hu Xiaoheng pressed her head against his chest and kissed the top of her head. His suppressed voice still couldn't suppress the joy. Mrs. Hu, do you still remember your married status? Gu Nianji shuddered. Mrs. Hu, this was a name she hadn't heard for a long time. However, this form of address, this kind of love, other than Hu Xiao on the other side, no one here could possibly know. However, she no longer pushed him away. She only asked suspiciously. Who exactly are you? She had guessed it, but it was just a guess. Before he admitted it himself, Gu Nianji still had a sense of anxiety and uneasiness that could change at any moment. Hu Xiaoheng had risked his life on the covert front all his life and had never revealed his true identity when he was on a mission. But this time, he failed. He remembered the first time he was with her. He had a vague feeling that if the enemy had sent Gu Nianji to seduce him, he didn't think he would have been able to resist it. Now, it turned out that his thoughts were completely correct. He could only sigh that fate was not unkind to him. She was not his enemy. Haven't you already guessed who I am? Hu Xiaoheng let go of her. Gu Nianji raised her head from his arms. There were still tears in her clear eyes. She looked at him stubbornly. She looked soft, but she was a stubborn girl in her bones. He used his hand to smooth away the fine hair on her forehead. It was all wet with sweat. It was obvious how nervous she was. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly felt sorry for her. It was really hard on her. She had never received professional training in this area, but she had buried this secret so well that not only had she fooled others, but she had also fooled him. It was also because he realized this that Hua Xiaoheng truly felt that it was okay even if he confessed to her. This was a girl who loved him with her life. Of course, she was worth his life. Hua Xiaoheng slowly moved closer to her. His lips were less than a centimeter away from hers. He whispered, "It's me, Nianji. I'm here to take you home." Gu Nianji grabbed his arm. A small animal-like whimper came from her throat. Her voice was trembling and indistinct. "It's really you. You're really here to take me home. But how?" At this time, Gu Nianji suspected that she had missed him too much. All of this was just an illusion in her mind. Hua Xiaoheng sighed hoarsely. He finally kissed her again. His lips pressed against her burning lips. He felt all of her beauty and trembling. Hua Xiaoheng said, "Why not? Nianji, you underestimate yourself too much. You're not the second in my heart. After you disappeared, I couldn't work. If I can't find you, I won't stop. I will keep searching until the day I die." This was the only time in his life that he had been willful, but he had never regretted it. The weight of this feeling in his heart was much higher than he had ever thought. Just like Gu Nianji had said just now, there were many things that you could only know what you really wanted after experiencing it yourself. Gu Nianji's tears finally flowed. The sparkling tears shone like pearls under the soft light. She hugged his neck and kissed his cheek. She whispered, "I will keep this secret until the day we go back." The fact that the two of them could acknowledge each other was already the best they could do. Hua Xiaoheng tightened his arms. "I'm here for you. I've said it before. Whether it's Peter or Hua Xiaoheng, they're both here for you." Gu Nianji recalled what Hua Xiaoheng had said as Peter. Every word was a mix of truth and lies, and they all had double meanings. She chuckled and whispered, "Peter. Do you know that Peter was the one who exposed you?" Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. "What do you mean?" "You've seen Peter." Of course, he was talking about the real Peter. Gu Nianji nodded slightly. On TV. It was New Year's Eve in New York. When the Big Apple fell, 2 people from the Soviet Union were injured by stray bullets in Times Square. "I saw you talking to Peter." Hua Xiaoheng suddenly felt a little awkward. He hadn't expected her to recognize him so early on. She had recognized him at almost the same time as his uncle, Wu Guanyuan, or Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan didn't know Peter. He recognized him from other aspects. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, had really seen Peter. "Are you so sure? What if Peter's counterpart on the other side just doesn't have that name here?" She had actually revealed such a big flaw. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless for a long time. He lifted Gu Nianji's chin and looked at her deeply. Gu Nianji smiled faintly. "But as long as Peter's counterpart exists, your identity is fake. This reasoning isn't difficult, is it? If you're not Peter, why did you use his identity?" After that, Gu Nianji had carefully observed and rigorously deduced that he should be Hua Xiaoheng on the other side. This also meant that there was no Hua Xiaoheng on the other side, and there was no counterpart. For Hua Xiaoheng on the other side, the identity of his counterpart here was the safest and most confusing. "Smart girl." Hua Xiaoheng leaned over to her ear and whispered, "I hope our child will have your IQ." Child. Gu Nianji suddenly blushed. She was still a child, who wasn't a baby. Looking at Gu Nianji's blushing face, Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He also thought of what he had to do when he had a child. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he felt his body start to heat up. Today is New Year's Eve. I'll accompany you tonight and say good night to you. I'll say good morning to you tomorrow morning. This was the second update of the day, chapter 1698, Who's Not a Baby. He reminded them about their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1710. Gu Nianji was also thinking about what she had to do to have a child, so she shyly covered her face and whispered, "Not today, there's no condom." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He had already been trying his best to suppress the sensations in his body, but Gu Nianji's words ignited a fire in him. He immediately felt the strangeness in his body. He quickly moved away from Gu Nianji without batting an eyelid. Gu Nianji sensed it but was too embarrassed to let go and look at Hua Xiaoheng. She could only secretly open her blindfolded fingers and secretly observe Hua Xiaoheng through the gaps between her fingers. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want Gu Nianji to notice that he had lost his composure, so he turned sideways and crossed his legs to use Gu Nianji's little panda pillow to cover himself. He laughed. "What are you thinking about? I said to say good night to you before you go to bed. I'll come to your bedroom tomorrow morning to wake you up and say good morning." Gu Nianji was speechless. Damn it, this was so awkward. She must have misunderstood. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and suddenly saw a little panda pillow appear in front of Hua Xiaoheng through the gaps between her fingers. Ha! He wasn't the type of person who liked these furry little toys. Gu Nianji's eyes darted around as she released her blindfold and slowly inched towards Hua Xiaoheng. She whispered, "That's not what you said just now." Her large, bright eyes seemed to speak and firmly attracted Hua Xiaoheng's attention. Gu Nianji moved to Hua Xiaoheng's side and stretched out her arms weakly, as though she wanted to hug Hua Xiaoheng's neck. However, halfway through, she suddenly changed direction and grabbed the two adorable ears of the panda plushie. Hua Xiaoheng had been holding the little panda pillow loosely in front of him with one hand, but he was once again attracted by Gu Nianji's affectionate eyes. He didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so mischievous now. Caught off guard, the little panda pillow on his lap was snatched away by Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji quickly glanced at the place Hua Xiaoheng was using the little panda pillow to block. As expected, she saw something strange there. She instantly felt justified and laughed as she grabbed the little panda pillow's two little paws. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. "Humph. The evidence is conclusive, and you still dare to argue. Look at yourself." Hua Xiaoheng was actually quite thick-skinned. Now that Gu Nianji had discovered it, he didn't hide it anymore. He hugged her in his arms and said, "Actually, I did it on purpose. If I didn't do that, why would you throw yourself at me?" He let go, and Gu Nianji was the one who was embarrassed. She tried her best to lean away so that she wouldn't touch any part of him that was in trouble. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head to kiss her face and whispered in her ear, "You don't have to worry about the condom. I'll buy a dozen for your room in a few days." Gu Nianji was embarrassed and embarrassed. She shoved the panda pillow into his arms. "If you dare to buy it, I'll show it to my father. He said that you have bad intentions." Hua Xiaoheng's expression froze. Gu Nianji successfully escaped and stood up with a smile. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Now you know how powerful I am. My father has sharp eyes." Lu Jin happened to come out of the kitchen with a plate of dishes. He only heard Gu Nianji's last sentence and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Nianji? Is there anything you want to show me?" Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and laughed muffled. His shoulders shook, and it took him a lot of effort to calm down. Lu Jin had already walked around the living room to the dining room. He said, "Mr. Peter, the New Year's dinner is ready. Go to the kitchen and help carry it." Hu Xiaoheng had already returned to normal. He calmly placed the panda pillow on the sofa and stood up. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen. He strode over. Gu Nianji pursed her lips, but Lu Jin had come out. She couldn't continue messing around with Hu Xiaoheng like this. She sat back on the sofa alone and rested her chin on her hand. She thought about what had just happened like a dream. But she also found it unbelievable. It really was Major General Hua. Why would he abandon everything on the other side and come here to look for her? Wasn't he afraid that his counterpart would be here? That was a dead end. Gu Nianji was shocked when she thought of this. She still had a lot to ask Hu Xiaoheng. However, when she thought of her father, who was sometimes reliable and sometimes unreliable, she suppressed this curiosity. Hu Xiaoheng had revealed such an important piece of information to her. She couldn't let him down. Of course, the more important reason was that this information concerned Hu Xiaoheng's survival. It was impossible for Gu Nianji not to be careful. She thought about it for a while, then took out her phone to play games to distract herself. In the dining room, Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng brought all the dishes over and set them on the dining table. Where's President Lu? Hu Xiaoheng remembered that he hadn't seen Lu Yuan in the kitchen. Lu Jin was focused on setting the plates as he said casually, President Lu is a very awkward person. He even takes a shower before eating. He's so beautiful. He's already so old. Who wants to see him? Hu Xiaoheng, he couldn't respond. Although he wanted to curry favor with Lu Jin, Lu Yuan was his uncle, so he couldn't offend him. With two big shots at home, Hu Xiaoheng felt that he actually had no status. But he was willing to endure it. He was willing to have no status with these people. As long as Gu Nianji was high and mighty, it was fine. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the dishes on the table. Most of them were Gu Nianji's favorites. A small number of dishes were what Hu Xiaoheng was used to, and some were probably Lu Yuan and Lu Jin's preferences. Uncle Lu, I'll go get Nianji for New Year's dinner. Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It was almost time to start eating. After eating, they could watch the Spring Festival Gala. Yes, he had checked the TV schedule. There was actually a Spring Festival Gala in this world. Lu Jin nodded and continued to focus on setting the plates. Go, and remember to be polite. Our Nianji has a bad temper. If you make her angry, I'll be the first to not let you off. Hu Xiaoheng, wasn't this the wrong way to educate her? She liked to lose her temper, got angry easily, and wanted others to be more tolerant. But these words were directed at him, so Hu Xiaoheng couldn't say no. He agreed and went to the living room to call Gu Nianji over for New Year's dinner. Gu Nianji put away her phone and followed Hu Xiaoheng into the dining room. She saw Lu Jin walking around the round dining table, holding a small lighter-like instrument and shining it between the plates. A small red that appeared from time to time on the side of the plate. Dad, what are you holding? What are you doing? Gu Nianji walked over curiously and watched as Lu Jin adjusted the position of the plate every few steps. Lu Jin smiled and said, This is a laser rangefinder. I'm adjusting the distance between the plates. I used the golden section method to adjust the position of the food to the best distance. This will increase appetite, promote digestion, and prevent weight gain. Gu Nianji knelt down. Dad. It's just setting up the plate. Do you have to be so high-tech? Hu Xiaoheng asked very professionally, Uncle Lu, is there any scientific reason for doing this? Of course there is. Lu Jin straightened up and finished adjusting the last plate. He said seriously, because vision can also affect appetite and the digestive system. For example, the ancients said that beauty is a feast for the eyes. This is the most obvious example. If a beauty is in front of you, you'll be full just by looking at her. You can eat less and achieve the goal of losing weight organically. Gu Nianji was speechless. Losing weight was divided into organic and inorganic. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that beauty is a feast for the eyes, could be explained in this way. However, the more he looked at Gu Nianji, the hungrier he became. The more he looked at her, the more he wanted to eat. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to eat it for a while. Hu Xiaoheng's thoughts wandered for a while. When he came back to his senses, he found that Gu Nianji was already excitedly discussing organic weight loss with Lu Jin. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "Miss Gu, your figure is completely in line with the golden section ratio. You don't need to lose weight." Gu Nianji's heart was filled with sweetness. It was as if she was immersed in the first barrel of lychee honey brewed in the middle of winter. There was also a hint of sourness in the sweetness. Lu Jin asked suspiciously, "Peter, how do you know the proportions of Nianji's figure?" Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji. She was at a loss for words, but Hu Xiaoheng reacted quickly and said calmly, "Miss Gu's figure is so good. Anyone with eyes can see it." Lu Jin turned around to look at Gu Nianji. She was wearing a super short doll dress, which made her long legs look even more ridiculously long. The curve of her waist was not very obvious, but from the way the dress swayed and the ratio of her height, he could accurately calculate her waist circumference and leg length. It was indeed in line with the golden section ratio. As for her chest circumference, Lu Jin politely ignored it. In his heart, Gu Nianji was still that chubby and adorable 2-year-old child. When he was experimenting on her, she thought he was playing a game with her. Growing up or something like that didn't exist. If possible, Lu Jin hoped that he could stay by her side for the rest of his life and protect her from any interference or harm from the outside world. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time left. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1699, I'll be the first to not let you off. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. P.S. Today is Monday, so you must vote for your friends, especially all of them. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1711. Lu Jin retracted his thoughts and glanced at Hu Xiaoheng. He reminded him seriously, "Mr. Peter, we Huaxia people have a saying, don't look at indecent things. Your eyes shouldn't look around." Gu Nianji tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve awkwardly and changed the topic. "Dad, let's get ready for New Year's Eve dinner. What good food is there today? I'm hungry." Lu Jin immediately turned to look at her and said with a smile, "Nianji, are you hungry? Come, sit down. You eat first." Gu Nianji, "Dad, New Year's Eve dinner is only interesting if everyone eats it together." Gu Nianji quickly smiled and winked. "Dad, let's wait for President Lu to come and eat together." "But you're hungry." Lu Jin frowned. "What if you're hungry? Children are the most vulnerable to hunger, so they should eat small meals more often. Why isn't Boss Lu here yet?" He looked around and said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Peter, can you help me call Boss Lu over for reunion dinner?" Hu Xiaoheng stood up. "I'll go now." After saying that, he turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Lu Jin looked at his back with a complicated expression. He thought to himself that this person's overall quality was indeed good. It was a pity that his daughter's heart belonged to someone else. Otherwise, it would be good for him to protect his daughter. But now that they had no energy, Gu Nianji almost couldn't go back, so it didn't seem impossible to use Peter as a substitute. His gaze fell on Gu Nianji's face again. He looked at her bright, smiling eyes, and it seemed to overlap with another pair of eyes. To be precise, the other pair of eyes weren't as big as Gu Nianji's, but the shape was very similar. Lu Jin closed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Nianji, what do you think of Peter? If he couldn't continue to protect his daughter, then he would find someone else to protect her." If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Yuan was too old, Lu Jin would have thought that Lu Yuan was the most suitable, because he was the most familiar with him and trusted him the most. Gu Nianji felt guilty and jumped in fright, but she still said nonchalantly, "Dad, what does it have to do with me? Besides, I don't understand him, and I don't want to understand him. I don't care whether he's good or bad." "I see." Lu Jin shook his head regretfully. "Then forget it. I thought you had a good impression of him. After all, he is the counterpart of your sweetheart." Gu Nianji blinked. "That's amazing, my dad. You can even see through this." Gu Nianji sat down and lowered her head so that Lu Jin wouldn't see the look in her eyes. She smiled and said, "I'm quite familiar with him. After all, I saved him, and he saved me. It can be considered a life-and-death friendship." Lu Jin sat beside her and scooped a bowl of American ginseng and black chicken soup for her. "Drink some soup first. This is American ginseng and black chicken. It's been cooked for 1 hour and 30 minutes. It's the best time for the black chicken's protein to be released into the soup. After that, the protein will denature and solidify. The black chicken will be firewood and won't be released into the soup. The soup won't be delicious and nutritious. In addition to the fine breed of black-bone chicken and American ginseng, there are also red dates, longans, and wolfberries in the soup. There's also a little ginger, and salt after it's out of the pot." Gu Nianji smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "Dad, you're amazing. You really know a lot. Did you make this soup?" "Of course not," Lu Jin said confidently, and there was even a hint of disdain in his tone. "I don't know how to cook. This was made by Boss Lu." "Gu Nianji, you didn't make it. Why do you sound so sincere?" Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly. "You know so much about it. I thought you made it. Tisk, if you want to know, just read a book. I know how to eat, but that doesn't mean I know how to cook. Do you have to learn how to make a refrigerator to use it?" Lu Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. "So you're all book knowledge." Gu Nianji thought to herself. Lu Jin continued excitedly, "When you drink the soup, the first mouthful should be small, then the second mouthful will slowly increase, and then the third mouthful. Only then can you fully feel the delicious taste of the soup." As he spoke, he handed Gu Nianji a set of soup spoons. From small to large, it was like a measuring cup with a scale on it. Gu Nianji, seriously, not only did she have to receive a scientific education on the cooking time and protein denaturation and coagulation, but she also had to drink it with a scale. It was like a ritual of an experiment. Gu Nianji was at a loss for words. However, she saw Lu Jin looking at her eagerly, his face full of enthusiasm and eagerness for praise. Gu Nianji silently picked up the soup spoon and scooped herself a spoonful of soup with the smallest spoon. She slowly drank it with devotion and awe for scientific research and experiments. Then she changed to the second spoon, followed by the third spoon, and drank it one mouthful after another. Needless to say, the soup was indeed clear and tasty. When he first took a sip, he felt that it was a little bland, but when he took the second sip, the taste was obviously better than the first. When he took the third sip, the soup was so fresh that it could make his eyebrows fall off. In the past, when Gu Nianji drank soup, the procedure was different, and the equipment was also different. She had never tasted the taste of the soup step by step. Now that she was using Lu Jin's scientific method to drink the soup, she felt that the soup was more than 10 times more delicious. Gu Nianji was pleasantly surprised and nodded at Lu Jin. "Dad, you're amazing. The soup is really delicious this way." Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "It's good that you like it, it's good that you like it. I knew it was the best way to drink the soup. Because the taste buds will remember the taste of the food for a certain period of time, the gradual increase in amount will double the taste of the taste buds. It wasn't in vain that I made this set of soup spoons for you over the past few days. Gu Nianji, that didn't sound quite right. Gu Nianji's hand holding the spoon stopped in midair. She looked at her spoon, then at Lu Jin. She asked curiously, Dad, did you just make this set of soup spoons? Haven't you used it before? Of course not. Lu Jin said matter-of-factly. It's just soup. I don't have to be so particular about it myself. But his precious daughter was different. She deserved the best in the world. He was willing to give her the best treatment within his means. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Her heart was filled with gratitude to be doted on by her father like this. Her eyes were a little dry, and her nose was sore. She wanted to cry. But in her heart, she was also happy, proud. The person who was loved was always fearless. That was probably what it felt like. She wanted to laugh, run in the sun, and tell everyone she met that she had the best father in the world. So this was what family was like. It was without reason and without asking for anything in return. Gu Nianji felt that the flaw in her heart had finally been filled. She thought that if she saw Ma Qiqi again one day, she would definitely tell her, my father, Lu Jin, get to know him. He's the best father in the world. With a smile, Gu Nianji picked up the last spoon and finished all the soup in the bowl. It was only then that she realized that there was also a scale in the soup bowl. That was why she had grasped it so well and not a drop of soup was wasted. Gu Nianji put down the spoon with a smile and said, Dad, I like it very much. Thank you, Dad. Ha 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 ha, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's my duty. It's good that you like it. It's good that you like it. Lu Jin laughed loudly. He was so happy that every smile on his face bloomed like a flower. Lu Yuan and Hu Xiaoheng pushed the door open and entered. They heard laughter coming from the dining room in the living room. When Lu Yuan heard this, he frowned slightly and said softly to Hu Xiaoheng. Lu Jin hasn't been right recently. He's never laughed so presumptuously before. If you have the chance, pay close attention to him. Lu Yuan was now the CEO of a cybersecurity company. Due to his identity restrictions, the opportunity to do secret work was naturally not as convenient as Peter, the KGB agent. This was today's second update, Chapter 1700, The Loved One Has Nothing to Fear. P.S. Today is Monday. You must vote for your friends, especially all of them. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1712. Hu Xiaoheng's brows twitched slightly. He still had a faint smile on his face as he said in a low voice. Could it be that he's especially happy because he's reunited with Nianji? Wouldn't he laugh unbridledly when he was happy? Lu Yuan glanced at the two people in the restaurant and didn't say anything. He took out his phone and texted Hu Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan, that's not the only thing. Lu Yuan, previously, Lu Jin clearly knew that you were coveting his precious daughter, but he still let you accompany his precious daughter to the banquet. That's very strange. Lu Yuan, it's already good enough that he didn't chase you away with a big stick. How could he let you get close to her? Lu Yuan, I don't know why he's laughing like this now. Hu Xiaoheng still didn't understand. He replied. He's just laughing loudly. Isn't President Lu too sensitive? Lu Yuan replied. Before today, I've only seen him laugh like this once. That was 8 years ago, when he sent Nianji to the other world and at the same time controlled the car to explode the world wall between the two parallel worlds. At that time, Lu Jin stood at the crossroads and laughed so unscrupulously. Just like this time, it was as if there was no tomorrow. Behind him was a faint stream of traffic, and a car that suddenly exploded and caught fire. Hu Xiaoheng immediately remembered the first time he had seen Gu Nianji 8 years ago and how he had rescued her from the burning car. His eyes suddenly darkened, and he immediately replied, "Is he crazy? Nianji was in the car at the time. If I had been a second later, Nianji would have died just like that car." Lu Yuan smiled bitterly, and his fingers quickly replied on his phone, "No, I won't." Lu Jin controlled the explosive device on the car. He waited for you to rescue Nianji before activating the explosion. Even so, Hu Xiaoheng still felt that Lu Jin was too crazy. He replied with a cold face, "What if I didn't go that day? What if I happened to hesitate and didn't rush into the car to save her? There are so many uncertainties. Has he ever thought about it?" Lu Yuan smiled and replied, "Of course he has. He has an extremely complicated mathematical model. Based on his understanding of human behavior, he can deduce the development of things. The result of his divination is that you have a chance to rescue Nianji." Hu Xiaoheng snorted. "It's not 100%. He dares to do it." Lu Yuan replied, "In terms of probability," Lu Yuan said, "it's 100%. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. For the first time, he felt that Zhichu was right when he called Gu Xiangwen a lunatic. Of course, perhaps in the minds of geniuses, the concept of safety and danger was different from the understanding of ordinary people. Hu Xiaoheng did not comment and followed Lu Yuan into the restaurant. Gu Nianji looked up and saw Lu Yuan and Hu Xiaoheng come in together. She quickly said, "Dad, President Lu, Mr. Peter is here." Lu Jin stopped smiling and turned to look at them. He said unhappily, "Why are you only here now? Any later and my lady will have to call an ambulance." Gu Nianji, was there a need to be so exaggerated? She had just drunk a bowl of delicious American ginseng stewed black chicken soup, so her stomach was warm and she wasn't hungry at all. Of course, she didn't refute Lu Jin's words in person. Lu Jin was so protective of her. How stupid would she have to be to side with an outsider? Gu Nianji didn't know that she had unknowingly given Lu Jin unconditional trust. Lu Yuan and Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji together. That pink little face, the little dimples at the corners of her lips, and her plump, red lips. She didn't look hungry enough to call an ambulance. If it weren't for the new year, Lu Yuan would have turned around and left. However, Hu Xiaoheng was also worried that Lu Yuan would leave in a huff, so he immediately tried to smooth things over. "Uncle Lu, you really know how to joke. If you want to call an ambulance, I'll be responsible for carrying her into the car." "Gu Nianji, with me here, when was it your turn to carry her into the car?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes. "Sit down. It's the new year, I don't want to make things difficult for you." Lu Yuan cursed to himself. Who was it that made things difficult for them just now? Hu Xiaoheng smiled and sat down on the other side of Gu Nianji. Lu Yuan sat next to him, and Lu Jin sat on the other side. However, Lu Jin's attention was now on Gu Nianji. He smiled at her and said, "Nianji, we can eat now. Are you hungry?" As he spoke, he winked at Nianji. Gu Nianji held back her laughter and nodded. "I'm a little hungry, but I can still tolerate it. Sigh, my girl is so obedient and considerate. Some people who bathe all day should pay attention. Don't be so selfish and only care about your own happiness. Other people are waiting for you to eat." Lu Jin was practically pointing at Lu Yuan's nose as he spoke. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He poured himself a glass of Mao Tai and raised his glass. "Today is New Year's Eve. It's been so many years. This is the first time so many of us have celebrated the New Year together. Come, cheers." Hu Xiaoheng quickly filled his glass, then took the glass to Lu Jin's side and filled it for him as well. However, when it was Gu Nianji's turn, Hu Xiaoheng only poured her a glass of freshly squeezed coconut juice. Lu Jin was very satisfied. He smiled and said, Peter did a good job. Nianji is still young and can't drink alcohol. Juice and milk are enough. On this point, Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Jin were surprisingly in tune. Hu Xiaoheng quickly nodded and said, yes, you really can't drink alcohol. Juice and milk are best. Lu Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He took a sip as a sign of respect and said, Nianji is already 20 years old. She can actually drink alcohol. Gu Nianji quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Actually, I really want to try what wine tastes like. Although she had secretly drunk it before, she had never drunk it openly in front of Hu Xiaoheng. Lu Jin glared at her. You're a little girl. Why would you drink? Besides, alcohol is bad for the skin and will accelerate aging. Ha! Really? Then I definitely won't drink anymore. When Gu Nianji heard that alcohol was bad for the skin, she immediately gave up the idea of drinking when she was 22 years old. 22 years old was the age that Hu Xiaoheng had set for her to drink. Hu Xiaoheng saw that Lu Jin had completely dispelled Gu Nianji's desire to drink with just one sentence, and he sincerely admired him. As expected, taking care of children also needed the support of scientific theories to get twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, during the New Year's Eve dinner, Gu Nianji had no intention of trying alcohol at all. Other than juice and milk, she politely declined any other drinks. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, drank a little too much because he was happy. By the time they finished the New Year's Eve dinner, he was already drunk. However, Lu Yuan didn't say much when he was drunk. He just looked around for a pen and paper and began to sketch. Gu Nianji saw at a glance that the paper was filled with Ms. Song when she was young. She was hugging her textbook and walking under a tree. She was wearing a white coat and doing experiments in the laboratory. She was bending over to take a deep sniff of a peony. She was sleeping on her desk. She was working on a physics problem in front of the blackboard. Her smile was the clearest in the bustling crowd. Gu Nianji looked at them one by one in surprise and suddenly remembered that she had seen this kind of sketch before. The same brushwork, the same composition, and the same deep feelings that could not be expressed. Gu Nianji raised her head abruptly, and her full lips parted slightly. She subconsciously looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her expression and knew that she had guessed Lu Yuan's true identity. Gu Nianji had also seen Hu Guanyuan's pencil sketch back then. In addition, Lu Yuan had drawn Song Jining. Gu Nianji was so smart, how could she not have guessed it? Gu Nianji had indeed guessed it. At this moment, her doubts for many days were solved. No wonder Lu Yuan could make Ms. Song's signature San fried rice, because he was Hu Guanyuan. He had lived under the same roof as Ms. Song back then. However, at that time, Ms. Song had married his younger brother, Hu Guanchen. Therefore, all his deep feelings had been deeply hidden. Before his accident, no one had ever known this secret. Until one of his letters was thrown out, although Gu Nianji was very curious as to why Song Jining and Hu Guanyuan would make the same taste of San fried rice, she restrained herself from asking. This was someone else's privacy, and gossip had to be professional. Hu Xiaoheng sighed in his heart. He turned around and helped Lu Yuan up. He said to Lu Jin, Uncle Lu, I'll send President Lu to rest. I'll accompany you and Nianji to watch the Spring Festival Gala later. No need, no need. After you send him back, you can go back by yourself. Lu Jin waved casually. He didn't want Peter to stay the night. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes shifted slightly, and he glanced at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji tugged at Lu Jin's shirt worriedly and said, Dad, President Lu is so drunk. If Mr. Peter goes back, why don't you take care of him? I'm worried about President Lu being the only one. Lu Yuan had rarely been so drunk. The last time he had been so drunk was on the night of Song Jining and Hu Guanchen's wedding. Hu Xiaoheng was also very worried about him, and he didn't want to leave Gu Nianji's side on New Year's Eve. Lu Jin looked at Lu Yuan. He seemed to be very drunk. He had never seen Lu Yuan so drunk, so he nodded. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Peter to take care of Boss Lu. Then he asked curiously, what happened? Why is Boss Lu so happy? Could it be that the second spring has really come? Gu Nianji, this was the first update of the day, Chapter 1701, The Second Spring. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1713. Hu Xiaoheng's footsteps paused for a moment, but he quickly recovered and helped Lu Yuan back to his suite. Gu Nianji whispered to Lu Jin, Dad, President Lu's personal problems are his privacy. Don't talk nonsense anymore. She spoke carefully, but she was actually very afraid of hurting Lu Jin's pride. She was also worried that she would hurt Lu Jin's pride, so she waited until Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan had left her suite before speaking. Unexpectedly, Lu Jin wasn't angry at all. Instead, he nodded in surprise. Okay, I'll listen to my girl. He then continued to praise Gu Nianji. My girl is so nice to me. She was afraid that I would offend Boss Lu by talking nonsense, so she secretly reminded me. Nianji, do you know how touched I am? Lu Jin pretentiously wiped the corners of his eyes and made a crying expression. Gu Nianji, this acting skill should really be trained by the king of acting. Gu Nianji secretly complained in her heart, but she was relaxed and happy. She didn't feel any psychological burden at all. Because she realized that no matter how she talked to Lu Jin would automatically change it. It was all for his own good. She had never felt this way before. Even when she was with Hu Xiaoheng, she couldn't be so unscrupulous. So after a while, Gu Nianji couldn't help asking Lu Jin, Dad, how did you know that Lu Yuan always had a second spring? Lu Jin glanced at the sketches Lu Yuan had drawn in Gu Nianji's hands and pursed his lips. Look at his drawings. Even a fool can tell how much he likes her. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and smiled. I didn't expect you to know art, Dad. I don't know, I just read a few books on art. Lu Jin laughed heartily. His mood was so good that he was in a good mood. Gu Nianji curled her lips and looked at the drawing in her hand. She continued to ask tentatively, Then do you know the woman in this drawing? She's so beautiful. Lu Jin said without hesitation, I don't know her, but she's not as beautiful as my girl. She's just not bad. Gu Nianji almost covered her face and laughed out loud, but she quickly restrained her expression and smiled. Dad, your fan filter is too thick. Quickly wipe it. You're a scientist. Don't scientists care about the truth? Lu Jin chuckled and said seriously, why wouldn't I be realistic? In fact, there was no objective standard for judging a person's appearance. According to psychology, if a person feels that another person is beautiful, it is either that the other person has similar features or temperament to themselves, or that the other person is like a blood relative that they are familiar with, or that the other person has complementary features, that is, they like features that they don't have. And you are my daughter. You have similar features and temperament to me, so I think you are the most beautiful. What's wrong with that? Lu Jin looked at Gu Nianji, indicating that he was very objective when it came to beauty and ugliness. Gu Nianji didn't know what to say. She recognized that he had similar features to Lu Jin. Although she had never seen what Lu Jin looked like before he was disfigured and had plastic surgery, she had seen what Gu Xiangguan looked like in the other world. Since they were counterparts, they must look exactly the same. The Gu Xiangguan of the other world was very handsome, especially his straight and beautiful nose, which was exactly the same as Gu Nianji's. Lu Jin should have had a nose like that before he was disfigured, right? but the same temperament. Her heart was moved and she refused. She was very moved but refused. Gu Nianji quickly glanced at Lu Jin's face and lowered her eyes with a smile. Dad, I like how righteous you are when you use scientific theories to spout nonsense. Lu Jin snorted and smiled. Oh my girl found out. Can we still chat happily in the future? The father and daughter chatted and laughed as they cleaned up the table for the New Year's dinner. Lu Jin put all the dishes in the dishwasher, then poured in the special detergent for the dishwasher and washed the dishes with the dishwasher. Gu Nianji waited for him for a while before the two of them left the kitchen and went to the living room to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The Spring Festival Gala had already been going on for 2 hours. The joyous singing and dancing had passed, and now it was time for the overseas travelers to pay their New Year's greetings to the people of their motherland. Gu Nianji yawned in boredom and sat cross-legged on the sofa. She habitually hugged the panda pillow and rested her chin on her hand as she looked at the 100-inch TV on the wall. She said, I like to watch skits, especially skits about my military career. Lu Jin watched the TV with great interest and said, there are very few skits like this. I haven't seen any in recent years. He didn't really like going online because going online made his hands itch to make fun of something, so he watched TV when he had time. This was his main way of interacting with people. As they spoke, Hua Xiaoheng walked in. Lu Jin heard someone and turned his head to look. He said in surprise, why are you here? Did you leave Boss Lu alone? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, President Lu is already asleep. It's fine. I'm here to see Uncle Lu. Are you okay? You've drunk quite a lot tonight. Lu Jin laughed and said proudly, I'm not afraid of getting drunk. My liver naturally has more ethanol dehydrogenase and acetaldehyde dehydrogenase than normal people. So after drinking, the alcohol breaks down very quickly and you won't get drunk. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji looked at each other, but both of them wisely shut up and didn't continue asking. Hua Xiaoheng sat down on the sofa on the other side of Gu Nianji. As soon as he sat down, Gu Nianji suddenly threw the panda pillow away uncomfortably. When Hua Xiaoheng saw this, he pursed his lips and silently looked away to look at the TV screen in front of him. Lu Jin was also sitting next to Gu Nianji. When he saw the panda pillow thrown on the coffee table, he quickly asked, What's wrong? Don't you like it? Gu Nianji tried her best to control herself from blushing. Before she could think of a reason to speak, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly said, Miss Gu likes these furry toys. Then do you like dolls? We have famous nesting dolls in the Soviet Union. If you like them, I'll ask my colleague to send you a set as a New Year gift. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. What did Hua Xiaoheng mean by that? Lu Jin didn't react, as if he didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng meant by that. But he did calm down. He leaned against the sofa and stared at the TV screen in a daze. She didn't know if he was really watching TV or if he was thinking about something. Gu Nianji could only say, I quite like it too. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Peter. Lu Jin glanced at Gu Nianji but still didn't say anything. The three of them watched TV for a while. The overseas travelers' New Year's greetings were over. At that moment, He Qingjian's calm and resolute face appeared on the TV. He was sitting in the small conference room at his house and giving a New Year's greeting speech. It was obviously a recorded video. My friends in front of the TV, my citizens of the Huaxia Empire, and all the Chinese people in the world, hello. I'm He Qingjian. On this New Year's Eve, I wish everyone peace and happiness. I also wish our country prosperity and change with each passing day. After he finished speaking, He Zhichu's face appeared. He was also in the small conference room. He was wearing a tuxedo and was dressed very formally and nobly. Hello, my friends in front of the TV. I'm He Zhichu. Today is New Year's Eve for the Huaxia Empire. It's our tradition, our festival. I wish everyone a happy family and good luck. After He Jichu finished speaking, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed slightly. His thin lips parted slightly as if he was smiling. Very quickly, a short video of He Jichu's New Year's greeting was taken and uploaded on Weibo. In an instant, it became popular among the girls on Weibo. Did young master he break off the engagement today? Young master he is so handsome. Only young master he in my heart, I want to kiss him. I want to marry him. Why I'm young master crazy, you're thinking too much. Is it your turn to marry him? At the very least, you have to be behind me. I'm Mrs. He is here. Everyone, please get to know each other. Upstairs is a mistress. Upstairs is at most a mistress. I'm the legal wife. Gu Nianji watched TV and scrolled through Weibo. These trending topics quickly went to her homepage. Gu Nianji found it very interesting and enjoyed watching these young girls who were crazily chasing after their idols. On TV, after He Jichu and He Qingjian paid their New Year's greetings, a host of the Spring Festival Gala walked out and said with a passionate smile, "Hello, everyone. We also invited two important guests today, Xing Yonghao, the Huaxia Regional Executive of the Beimei Fund, and Mr. Ishihara Bai-san, the Chief Scientist of the United Nations Population Fund." Gu Nianji's ears suddenly twitched. She had just heard a name. Ishihara Bai-san. This is the second update of today, Chapter 1702, Do You Like Dolls? Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Remember to vote all the recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1714. The host of the Spring Festival Gala was very respectful towards Ishihara Bai-san, who was dressed in a decent suit. This is Mr. Ishihara Bai-san, an internationally renowned biomedical scientist. They had just achieved a major breakthrough in biological genetic engineering, allowing the dream of human genetic medicine to move from the theoretical deduction of scientists to the practical testing stage in the laboratory. Thus, it was possible to cure all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Let us welcome Mr. Ishihara Bai-san with a round of applause. Gu Nianji's eyes widened in shock. She was no stranger to the name Ishihara Bai-san. In the other world, Ishihara Bai-san was a big shot in Japan who studied high-energy magnetic fields. He used to be a doctoral student of Gu Xiangwen over there, but his scientific research ability was not as strong as Gu Xiangwen's. Do you think you're worthy of competing with me in terms of progress? He was scolded to the point of committing seppuku. Something's not right. Ishihara Bai-san was clearly a physicist who studied high-energy magnetic fields. How did he become the chief scientist of the United Nations Population Fund here and a biomedical scientist? Didn't he study high-energy physics to study magnetic fields? Gu Nianji's long brows furrowed as she looked at the 50-year-old Ishihara Bai-san on the television. She muttered, "Did I hear that right? He's a biomedical scientist." Hua Xiaoheng's attention was also attracted by Ishihara Bai-san. He had investigated the entire Ishihara Corporation in the opposite world, and his investigation of Ishihara Bai-san was of utmost importance. He also remembered very clearly that Ishihara Bai-san was a high-energy physicist who studied magnetic fields. However, he soon thought it through. This Ishihara Bai-san was the counterpart of Ishihara Bai-san from the other world. The corresponding bodies only had the same genes, but their status and occupations might not be the same. Gu Nianji also thought of this. For example, Zhao Liangze and Bai Shuang on this side were completely different from Zhao Liangze and Bai Shuang in the other world. Perhaps for some reason, Ishihara Bai-san didn't conduct high-energy magnetic field research. Instead, he was engaged in biomedical research. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng looked at each other, then looked away to continue watching TV. On the TV, the elegant Ishihara Bai-san was speaking in Japanese. Gu Nianji's Japanese was average, but Hua Xiaoheng understood it. However, there were Chinese subtitles on the TV, so there was no need for Hua Xiaoheng to translate. Hello, Chinese audience. I'm Ishihara Bai-san. I'm very happy to be able to come to your country during your spring festival and celebrate this festival with you. He held the microphone with a faint smile on his face, and his voice was low and powerful. Just now, this lady praised me for my great achievements, but in fact, she was exaggerating. What I've done is really limited. Your country has a very outstanding biomedical expert. As early as more than 10 years ago, not only did he propose the concept of gene editing, but he also achieved gene therapy. This person is the pioneer of gene pharmacy. Her name is Qin Yaoguang. Ms. Qin Yaoguang is an internationally renowned brain surgeon. She is also one of the most important scholars in biological genetic engineering research. After a pause, Ishihara Bai-san said regretfully, I came to your country to visit her, but unfortunately, he didn't say why it was a pity, but the implication seemed to be that he wanted to stand up for Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji's expression darkened, and she clenched her fists tightly. Dad, do you know this Ishihara Bai-san? Gu Nianji thought about how in the other world, although Ishihara Bai-san was more than 10 years older than Gu Xiangwen, the two of them were PhD classmates. She didn't know if Ishihara Bai-san and Lu Jin, who was Gu Xiangwen, were classmates in this world. Lu Jin stood up from the sofa and said seriously, I don't know him. I've never heard of him before this. He then got up and left the living room, heading to the kitchen. Gu Nianji's gaze followed Lu Jin's back until she couldn't see him anymore. She then asked Hua Xiaoheng in a low voice. Why do you think Ishihara Bai-san mentioned Qin Yaoguang at this time? Are they in cahoots? That's hard to say, Hua Xiaoheng said after some thought. If they're really in cahoots, he's too bold to mention Qin Yaoguang at the highest-rated Spring Festival gala in the country. Is he afraid that others won't know that they're related? Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this person has academic dealings with Qin Yaoguang. As for whether there are other dealings, that will depend on the evidence. Hua Xiaoheng carefully put forward his point of view. He didn't let Ishihara Bai-san's situation affect his judgment. Gu Nianji couldn't tell what she was feeling. First of all, Ishihara Bai-san wasn't studying high-energy magnetic fields, but biomedicine. His situation was already very different from the situation on the other side. Moreover, he didn't seem to be Lu Jin's classmate, so it wasn't very likely that he would commit suicide because of his anger. Gu Nianji sighed regretfully. Lu Jin came back from the kitchen with a jasper fruit bowl. There were bright cherry tomatoes, yellow peeled ivory awns, white and tender lychee meat, and a few egg fruits. He placed them in front of Gu Nianji and said with a smile, Come, eat some fruit. Don't starve. Gu Nianji had just finished her New Year's Eve dinner, so she couldn't be more full. However, these fruits were all her favorite. Lu Jin washed them clean and placed them in front of her. She would feel guilty if she didn't eat them. She smiled and picked up a small cherry tomato. Dad, are you going to feed this to a piglet? If you want to be a piglet, I'll be a piglet daddy, Lu Jin said in a good mood. He picked up a toothpick and pricked a piece of lychee meat into Gu Nianji's mouth. Eat some lychee. Don't eat too much. Okay, thank you, Dad. Gu Nianji held the lychee meat in her mouth and mumbled. She also pricked a cherry tomato with a toothpick and brought it to Lu Jin's mouth. Dad, cherry tomatoes are the king of fruits. Eat more. Good girl. Lu Jin swallowed the cherry tomato in one bite, as if he was eating a ginseng fruit. Hua Xiaoheng saw the father and daughter feeding each other the fruit as if there was no one else around. He couldn't help feeling his throat itch and coughed lightly. Gu Nianji heard it and her ears twitched, but she didn't turn around. Lu Jin was here, so how could she dare to feed Hu Xiaoheng? If Lu Jin saw it, he would definitely cut Hu Xiaoheng into pieces. Lu Jin also heard it. Seeing that Gu Nianji was ignoring Peter, he was in a good mood. He nagged, "Nianji, you have to remember to eat more fruits in the future, especially cherry tomatoes. You also say that it's the king of fruits. Its nutrients and anti-aging ingredients are the highest in water." Okay. Gu Nianji smiled and ate the last cherry tomato. Also, if you're not feeling well, don't go to the hospital for a checkup. Lu Jin paused. Dad left you a set of medical equipment. You can check it yourself. You're very healthy and won't get those messy diseases, so if it's just a fever and a headache, you don't have to go to the hospital. Otherwise, you'll be harmed by those quacks. Gu Nianji. Why did that sound weirder and weirder? She quickly said, "Dad, with you here, of course I don't have to go to the hospital for a checkup." What do you mean by that? Are you going to ignore me in the future? Lu Jin laughed and said, "Why would I? Wasn't I just in case?" He glanced at Hu Xiaoheng and felt that his presence here was really an eyesore. However, seeing that he could still protect Gu Nianji, he didn't chase him away. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Have you finished all the fruits? Is there any more?" Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She stood up and said, "I'll go wash some fruits." "Dad, wait for me. I'll wash the fruits for you." Okay. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. Dad will wait for your fruits. Gu Nianji took the jasper fruit bowl and walked to the kitchen. Hu Xiaoheng stood up calmly and said, "Uncle Lu, I'll go help Nianji wash the fruits." Lu Jin's face darkened. He looked him up and down for a while before snorting and raising his hand. "Go, but I'm warning you, don't get any funny ideas. Otherwise, I'll make you regret messing with my girl." Hu Xiaoheng sighed and said sincerely, "Uncle Lu, I really like Nianji. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, Nianji will be here." It was fine if it was anything else, but this sentence really moved Lu Jin. He had done so many things because he wanted Gu Nianji to be able to live a peaceful and undisturbed life in this world like a normal person. Just like Mr. Peter had just promised, as long as he was here, Gu Nianji would be here. What a pity. If there was only one Hu Xiaoheng, how great would it be? Gu Nianji was destined not to belong to this world. Lu Jin looked at Hu Xiaoheng with almost pity. He thought to himself that this person was from the KGB, so even if Nianji suddenly disappeared from his life in the future, he should be able to bear the loss. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1703, The Unbearable Lightness of Life. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote for all the recommendation votes, OK 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1715. Hu Xiaoheng came to the kitchen and saw Gu Nianji rinsing the cherry tomatoes with water. He walked over naturally and took the fruit basket from her. Gu Nianji was so immersed in her thoughts that she almost didn't notice that someone had come in. She only noticed Hu Xiaoheng when he stood beside her and started to wash the fruits. Gu Nianji quickly turned around to look. Seeing that Lu Jin hadn't followed her in, she quickly said in a low voice, "Did you also think my dad spoke strangely just now?" Hu Xiaoheng nodded slightly, his voice even lower than Gu Nianji's. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him." Gu Nianji immediately felt relieved. She had absolute trust in Hu Xiaoheng's abilities. If Hu Xiaoheng said to watch over Lu Jin, then Lu Jin would definitely be fine. Her mood lightened as she chatted and laughed with Hu Xiaoheng. After washing the fruits, she placed them in the same bowl and returned to the living room together. On the large TV screen hanging on the wall of the living room, the camera had already moved away from Ishihara Bai-san and was now focused on another person. This person was also speaking with fervor and assurance. Mr. Zheng Yonghao, the Huaxia regional executive of the BMI Fund. Gu Nianji glanced curiously. It was the female host who had introduced him earlier. Zheng Yonghao looked to be in his 40s. He was about 1.7 meters tall and looked a little greasy. He was so fat that his belly was protruding out. He was wearing a suit that fitted him well, which made him look even fatter. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and had thick lips. He liked to make gestures when he spoke. He was in high spirits as he said, "Our BMI Foundation is the world's largest charity foundation. We recently signed a contract with the Chinese Academy of Sciences to cooperate on genetic medicine clinical trials. Mr. Ishihara Bai-san is the chief scientist and person in charge of this project. It took a long time for a new drug to be developed and put into use. In the later stages, there would be a total of 3 clinical trials, each of which would be larger and longer than the previous one. Therefore, the development of new drugs was very difficult. If Ishihara Bai-san hadn't been in charge of this plan, Gu Nianji would have applauded. Unfortunately, she just couldn't stand Ishihara Bai-san. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to let preconceived notions affect his judgment. Gu Nianji wasn't that fair and objective. This person was actually helping Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji couldn't tolerate it. Gu Nianji placed the jasper fruit bowl on the coffee table in front of the sofa and said to Lu Jin, who was watching the television intently, "Dad, do you want some fruit?" Lu Jin came back to his senses and nodded. He slowly took out a small and exquisite cherry tomato from the jasper fruit bowl and put it in his mouth to chew. The sweet and slightly sour taste filled the entire mouth, making it irresistible. Lu Jin swallowed, picked up the glass of water, and took a sip. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and said with a look of disdain, "Do the people at the Chinese Academy of Sciences have brains? They actually allowed foreign NGOs to conduct drug trials in our country." Gu Nianji blinked and asked curiously. "But in the context of global division of labor, isn't it normal for everyone to exchange what they need? What's the benefit of seclusion?" Lu Jin glanced at her and patiently explained, "Of course, it's too extreme to close the country, but if we're talking about mutual exchange, will these organizations that came to our country to conduct drug experiments hand over the formula of the new drug and share it with the Chinese Academy of Sciences? If not, then don't mention it." Gu Nianji, "But the formula for the new drug should have a patent, right? Why would they just take it out and share it with others?" Gu Nianji asked in confusion. "That's right, why would they just take it out and share it with others? But they want to conduct drug trials in our country, and they don't have the formula. Don't you worry." Lu Jin rolled his eyes rudely. "And even if they take out the formula, I don't believe it's complete. These foreign NGOs are used to hiding their true motives. Would they tell you the truth? They're too naive to believe them." Gu Nianji didn't know anything about this, so she chose to believe Lu Jin. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "That Ishihara Bai-san praised Qin Yaoguang so much just now. I wonder if he knows about you, Dad. You're 10,000 times better than Qin Yaoguang. Who wants such a person to know?" Lu Jin sneered and shook his head. "He's lowering my standards." Gu Nianji couldn't help it. She almost spat out the water she had just drunk. However, she still choked and started coughing. Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng took the tissues together and handed them over from both sides. Gu Nianji looked down and saw that the 2 hands in front of her were doing the same thing. Her mood was as good as a begonia under the spring sun, blooming with extreme beauty. She smiled and took the tissues from both sides. "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Mr. Peter." Lu Jin glared at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng didn't lower himself to Lu Jin's level. He smiled and retracted his hand. "You're welcome." At that moment, the greasy middle-aged man on TV, Jing Yonghao, had already finished speaking, and the performance began again. Gu Nianji was no longer interested. She really wanted to investigate this Ishihara Bai-san. Gu Nianji quietly took out her phone and started searching. Half of Hua Xiaoheng's attention was on Gu Nianji, and the other half was on Lu Jin. Lu Jin kept watching the TV, as if he was very interested. Gu Nianji searched around, but didn't find anything wrong with Ishihara Bai-san. His resume was completely different from Ishihara Bai-san's, and his research direction was also different. Was she really thinking too much? Time flew by, and soon it was time for the New Year's Eve bell to ring. The song, "An Unforgettable Night," rang out, instantly bringing people back to the atmosphere from decades ago. Gu Nianji put down her phone and hugged Lu Jin's arm with a smile. She said loudly in his ear, "Happy New Year, Dad." Lu Jin seemed to be shocked, but he quickly came back to his senses. He wrapped his other arm around Gu Nianji and hugged her. He also smiled and said, "Happy New Year, Nianji." Hua Xiaoheng also said, "Happy New Year, Uncle Lu." "Happy New Year, Nianji." Gu Nianji turned to look at him and winked. "Happy New Year, Mr. Peter." Lu Jin stood up and stretched. "All right, there's no need to watch anymore. Everyone, rest early." He waved his hand at Gu Nianji and spoke with a tired expression. Gu Nianji quickly said, "Dad, you should sleep early too." Lu Jin turned to leave the living room, but when he reached the door, he stopped. He turned around and frowned. "Mr. Peter, aren't you leaving?" Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to stand up as well. He looked deeply at Gu Nianji and said, "Good night." Gu Nianji couldn't help blushing. Fortunately, the living room was far away from the door. Otherwise, Lu Jin would definitely be able to tell. "Good night," Gu Nianji said in a low voice. Her heart was so full of happiness that it was about to overflow. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her smooth cheeks, which were as clear as a pearl. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he restrained his desire to kiss her. He said hoarsely, "I'll wake you up tomorrow morning and tell you good morning." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Gu Nianji's lips moved so softly that it was almost inaudible. However, Hua Xiaoheng's professionally trained hearing was very sharp, and he could read lips. Even if he couldn't hear her, he could still know what Gu Nianji was saying. His emotions were surging, but it couldn't be seen on his face. "Hey! Why aren't you leaving? Are you going to wait until next year's New Year?" Lu Jin shouted rudely from the door. Hua Xiaoheng nodded at Gu Nianji and strode out of the living room. When he reached the door, Hua Xiaoheng said, "Uncle Lu, I'll stay at President Lu's place for the night." Lu Jin grunted and said rudely, "You can stay anywhere, as long as it's not at my girl's place." Hua Xiaoheng, after Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng left, Gu Nianji sat on the sofa alone for a while to calm herself down before going to the bedroom to sleep. It was just after midnight, and the sound of firecrackers was still going on outside. The entire city was immersed in the atmosphere of saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new. At that moment, the door to Lu Jin's suite opened. Lu Jin walked out of the room wearing a dark gray matte fabric coat, a cap on his head, and night vision glasses with far-infrared and satellite transmission functions. He walked to Gu Nianji's door and touched it fondly. Finally, he kissed it before turning around and leaving resolutely. He entered the elevator. As soon as the elevator door closed, the door to Lu Yuan's suite opened, and Hua Xiaoheng walked out. His appearance had been completely modified, and it was impossible to tell his original appearance at all. He only looked like a tough thug with broad shoulders and long, lean legs. He also had a thick beard on his face, and he also wore sunglasses with far-infrared and night vision functions on the bridge of his nose. He raised his hand to look at his watch. A red dot was clearly displayed on it. It was Lu Jin's coordinates. He could see the red dot approaching like a garage. Hua Xiaoheng strode into the elevator and chased after Lu Jin. At that moment, not far from their apartment complex, a group of well-dressed people walked out of the television station building. The Spring Festival Gala was over, but the people who attended the gala were still very excited. Zheng Yonghao, the executive of the Huaxia region of the Beimei Fund, whispered to Ishihara Bai-san, "Mr. Ishihara, today is the Spring Festival Gala. It's a day of celebration. Why did you mention Miss Qin Yaoguang at this time? Can't I just express my regret? You Huaxia people have no concept of the law. She hasn't been convicted. She's just a suspect. This is her right," Ishihara Bai-san said disapprovingly as he bent down to get into the car. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1704, Lowering My Style. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote for all the recommendation votes, OK moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1716. Lu Jin came out of the elevator in the apartment building and walked straight to the underground parking lot. He found a car that he rarely drove in the underground parking lot. He was not in a hurry to get in. Instead, he put on a pair of transparent gloves, found 2 license plates in the trunk, and installed them on the front and back of the car. This was what Hua Xiaoheng saw when he came out of the elevator. He hid in the shadows of a concave corner of the parking lot with interest and observed secretly. He thought to himself that Lu Jin had accumulated a lot of fighting methods for being able to hide under He Qingjian's nose for so many years. After Lu Jin installed the license plate, he wiped the dust off his gloves with a tissue, opened the car door, and got in. After sitting in, he quickly scanned the parking lot. Seeing that there was no one else, he drove out with relief. After Lu Jin drove away, Hua Xiaoheng flashed out and got into his own car. Unlike Lu Jin, the license plate on Hua Xiaoheng's car had already been changed, so there was no need to cram at the last minute. Coming out of the driveway of the apartment complex, Hua Xiaoheng saw that the road in front of him was empty. Lu Jin's car had already driven off somewhere. However, he wasn't in a hurry. If he followed too closely, Lu Jin would discover him. As a senior intelligence officer, this kind of thing was not a problem at all. He sat in the car, took out his phone, and sent Gu Nianji a message. Gu Nianji was still awake. Too many things had happened tonight. Although she pretended to be calm on the surface, her heart was like a Hawaiian volcano erupting from the bottom of the sea, erupting with joy. She had just rolled around on the bed for a while when she heard her cell phone ring. He took it and saw that it was a text message from the King of Drama. "King of Drama, do you have the location of your father's phone?" Gu Nianji frowned and replied, "What?" "King of Drama, send me his current location. Don't alarm him." Hua Xiaoheng knew that no matter who Lu Jin was on guard against, he would not be on guard against Gu Nianji. Therefore, his phone was definitely open to Gu Nianji's phone. Similarly, Hua Xiaoheng believed that Gu Nianji's phone was also open to Lu Jinshua. The unease in Gu Nianji's heart began to worsen. She sat up from the bed, turned on her phone's GPS, and found Lu Jin's location. It wasn't next door. The GPS on his phone showed that Lu Jin had already left the apartment complex and was heading towards the highway. Gu Nianji was very anxious. She quickly sent Lu Jin's coordinates to Hua Xiaoheng and replied anxiously, "What happened? Where is my father going in the middle of the night?" Hua Xiaoheng quickly replied with a voice message, "It's okay, I'm here." He hung up the phone and followed the coordinates Gu Nianji had given him. He stepped on the gas pedal and chased after her. Gu Nianji couldn't sleep anymore. She got out of bed and turned on her laptop to keep in close contact with Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't know if it was convenient for Hu Xiaoheng to pick up the phone at this time, so she could only send him a message, "I'm already online. Contact me anytime if anything happens." Hu Xiaoheng wasn't looking at his phone at the moment. He turned onto the highway in front and saw the cars on the road. At this time, there were very few cars on the road, but it was not completely empty. Therefore, he was sandwiched between a few night cars and did not attract Lu Jin's attention. In fact, Lu Jin's entire attention was focused on what he was going to do later. He felt his heartbeat. He didn't need to measure it to know that it was at least 25 beats per minute. His blood pressure was rising rapidly, but it hadn't reached the threshold of high blood pressure. Lu Jin recalled Ishihara Baisan's entire resume in his mind. He had lied to Gu Nianji in the living room just now. He had indeed been classmates with Ishihara Baisan for a while, and they were doctoral classmates. However, he had only stayed in Ishihara Baisan's laboratory for a while. He had his own doctoral supervisor. Because the two supervisors didn't get along well, he didn't want others to know that he had come to the laboratory for further study, so he used an alias that was purely American. He didn't want credits, nor did he want to be a student. He was just a student for further study in the laboratory, so the management wasn't that strict. Just by looking at the name, no one would be able to find out that he and Ishihara Baisan had been classmates. Later, because of Qin Suwen's sudden death, he was wanted by He Qingjian. In order to avoid He Qingjian, he had deleted all his previous resumes on the internet. There was less and less information about him that ordinary people could find. Of course, if they were acquainted with him, they would still know. However, there weren't so many traces on the internet. Lu Jin looked at his phone. He had already found the Dunhill Hotel where Ishihara Baisan was staying in the imperial capital. After the Spring Festival Gala, Ishihara Baisan would definitely go back to the hotel to rest. This person's schedule was actually very strict, and he didn't like to go to nightclubs, so he probably wouldn't go out with others. Lu Jin drove to the parking lot of the Dunhill Hotel and asked for a room with a real, fake ID card. This ID card was also one of the few identities he had created for himself to avoid He Qingjian's wanted order. These ID cards were all real in the government's ID management system, so they were real ID cards. However, the person was fake, so it was a real, fake ID card. He found out the floor where Ishihara Baisan lived and asked for a suite next to Ishihara Baisan's room. It was the Spring Festival, a time when the Huaxia people reunited with their families all year round. Very few people were on business trips at this time, so the occupancy rate of the hotels in the imperial capital wasn't very high. Lu Jin easily reached the room. Lu Jin took the key card and went to his room. He went to the bathroom first and changed his appearance slightly. In fact, he only changed the shape of his eyebrows and nose, and put on black-rimmed glasses. It would be very different from his current appearance. After disguising himself, Lu Jin called the internal phone in Ishihara Baisan's room. Ishihara Baisan had just finished showering. He came out of the bathroom in a bathrobe and sat on the sofa with his feet crossed. He was about to light a cigar for himself to smoke. When he heard the hotel room's internal phone ring, he didn't even look at the caller ID. He thought it was from the lobby, so he picked it up and said, "Hello." The person on the other end said in Japanese seriously, "Is this Mr. Ishihara? A friend of yours asked me to bring you a gift." "Friend? Which friend?" Ishihara Baisan frowned. "Why didn't he contact me directly?" "I don't know either." Lu Jin deliberately stammered in Japanese. "His name is Gu Xiangwen." Ishihara Baisan's pupils suddenly widened. "Who? Who did you just say?" "I said, his name is Gu Xiangwen. This person asked me to give you a gift." "Isn't he dead?" "He died 8 years ago." Ishihara Baisan stood up abruptly from the sofa. "Are you lying to me?" "Yes, he's dead. He died 8 years ago." He entrusted this to me before he died. Lu Jin's voice slowed down. He said that if you come to Huaxia, I'll give this to you. If you don't come, then forget it. Gu Xiangwen had left him a gift before he died. Ishihara Baisan's heart was pounding, and he felt the blood in his body boiling. Gu Xiangwen, that rare genius. Although he was more than 10 years younger than him, he had achieved something that he could never achieve in his entire life. Ishihara Baisan had always respected the strong, but Gu Xiangwen was too young. Moreover, when he worked with him in the laboratory, he couldn't tell that he was so powerful. Therefore, Ishihara Baisan couldn't respect Gu Xiangwen as much as he did the strong, but he still admired him. What? What gift is it? Ishihara Baisan stammered. At that time, the two of them had actually been on good terms. Gu Xiangwen had even told him his real name, so when he heard the name Gu Xiangwen, he knew that it was the physics student who had gone to their laboratory to study under an alias. Lu Jin looked at the thing in his hand and grinned. A test tube and a few experimental notes. In the empty and quiet room, Ishihara Baisan could hear his own heavy breathing. After a while, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked in a low voice, "Test tube. Experimental notes. What are they about? Why did he leave them for me?" Lu Jin shrugged. "I don't know about that. If you want to know, you can go down and ask him." Ishihara Baisan's hand tightly gripped the receiver of the internal phone in the room, and his heart was in turmoil. Should he take a look at what the brilliant scientist left behind before he died? Even if it was just a joke, there was no harm in taking a look, right? Ishihara Baisan thought about it, but in the end, he was tempted by the test tube and experimental notes left behind by Gu Xiangwen. It could be said that in the world of high-energy physics and biological genetic engineering, no one could resist such a temptation. He heard himself say into the phone receiver, "Okay, give me the gift." He asked again, "Where are you? Make an appointment and I'll come to you." Lu Jin laughed. "Come out in 3 minutes. The gift will be at your door." This was today's first update, Chapter 1705, No One Can Resist Such a Temptation. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote for all the recommendation votes, OK 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 1717. Ishihara Baisan was stunned. 3 minutes. But the other party had already hung up. No one answered. At that moment, Ishihara Baisan subconsciously looked at the caller ID on the landline. Unfortunately, the phone number was no longer visible. He pressed the button on the landline to see the previous number, but it turned out to be the hotel room's internal number. Could that person also be staying in this hotel? Ishihara Baisan thought about it and felt even more excited. It seemed that it really was a gift that Gu Xiangwen had left for him, maybe it wasn't a prank. After all, someone who could stay at the Dunhill Hotel couldn't be a penniless hooligan who had nothing to do outside. Ishihara Baisan walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. The corridor was very quiet and empty. He didn't see anyone putting anything at his door. But what he didn't know was that Lu Jin didn't go to his door to put anything. He held the small test tube with a few old and yellowed lab notes and stood at the door of his room. He casually threw it at the door of Ishihara Baisan's room. His movements were so fast that by the time Ishihara Baisan walked to his door and looked out through the peephole, he had already thrown the thing away. When the 3 minutes were up, Ishihara Baisan opened the door with a swoosh. The corridor was still empty. He didn't see anyone else. Lowering his head, he saw Gu Xiangwen's gift on the floor beside his feet before he died. A few yellowed lab notes were rolled into thin strips the size of test tubes and lying quietly at his feet. Ishihara Baisan quickly picked them up and squeezed them. They were hard, and there was indeed something like a test tube inside. He looked around like a thief, then quickly dashed into the door and slammed it shut. He leaned against the door of his room and gasped for breath. That scene just now had been too exciting. It was like a dream. But he was extremely excited. If these things could provide him with clues and ideas for his experiments that were stuck in a bottleneck, it would be priceless. Ishihara Bai-san closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. Then, with trembling hands, he opened the yellowed lab notes in his hand. He didn't even have time to see what was inside the test tube before he was attracted by the contents of the old experiment notes. His pupils suddenly dilated, and his lips trembled violently. He couldn't believe that Gu Xiangwen actually knew that year. Because on those yellowed experiment notes, there were the steps of an experiment written on them. The flamboyant handwriting looked extremely familiar. It was really Gu Xiangwen's handwriting. However, this experiment was exactly the experimental design described in Dr. Ishihara Bai-san's thesis several decades ago. How did he know? Ishihara Bai-san's ruddy and healthy face instantly lost all color, leaving only a pale and haggard expression. He slumped against the door and sat on the floor, holding his head. He fell into great fear. Just like now, back then, his doctoral thesis was stuck in a difficult situation. There was an experiment that he couldn't do no matter how hard he tried. Seeing that it was almost impossible for him to graduate, Ishihara Bai-san, who was staying up all night in the laboratory, saw the experimental notes that Gu Xiangwen had forgotten to take away. There was a simple experiment design written on it, and it just so happened to solve Ishihara Bai-san's predicament. Ishihara Bai-san remembered looking at it over and over again. In the end, as if he was attracted by the devil, he took out his camera and took a picture of the experiment design. At that time, the laboratory wasn't as full of surveillance cameras as it was now, and Ishihara Bai-san didn't take away Gu Xiangwen's experimental notes either. They were still there. Therefore, after so many years, Ishihara Bai-san never thought that Gu Xiangwen would find out about his tampering. Later, when he defended his doctoral thesis, not only had Gu Xiangwen already left their laboratory and returned to his own laboratory, but he had also graduated earlier than him and returned to China. Ishihara Bai-san didn't completely copy Gu Xiangwen's experimental design. He only made some minor changes and explained the steps of the experiment in his own words. Even if Gu Xiangwen really saw his doctoral thesis, he would only be confused for a moment. He wouldn't think that Ishihara Bai-san had stolen his experimental design, right? That was because he was convinced that Gu Xiangwen's experimental design had not been published in a formal journal, nor had it been used in his own doctoral thesis. It was like an idea that he had come up with at the last minute, an experimental step that had already been abandoned. Therefore, he had no qualms about using it. In the end, he had even relied on this experiment to receive unanimous praise from the professors and the thesis defense team. He had even received the highest award for a doctoral thesis from Harvard University. His doctoral thesis had so much content, but only this experiment had been praised by the professors. Thinking about this, Ishihara Bai-san broke out in a cold sweat. He was silent for a while, trembling as he flipped the few yellowed experimental notes to the last page. He saw a few crooked diagrams, but he couldn't tell what they were. There were a few lines of words below the diagrams, which were obviously written later. It was probably written 8 years ago when Gu Xiangwen was on his deathbed, right? I know what you've done, trash. Even if you copy it, you won't be able to produce a perfect experimental result. Ishihara Bai-san looked at the crooked diagrams and howled. He hurriedly threw the few pages of experimental notes and test tubes away, as if they were hot potatoes. I'm not trash. I'm not trash. I'm not trash. His gaze gradually became blank, and he kept thinking, I'm trash. I'm not trash. I'm not trash. I'm not trash. It was like a program that had entered an infinite self-loop dead end. It's over, everything is over. Soon, everyone would know what he had done. He didn't believe that Gu Xiangwen didn't have any backup plans to expose what he had done back then. Since he had prepared all of this 8 years ago, Ishihara Bai-san firmly believed that Gu Xiangwen must have a follow-up plan. From then on, the academic community would know that he, Ishihara Bai-san, the best biogenetic engineer in the Empire of Japan, the chief scientist of the United Nations Population Fund, was a plagiarist. Everything he had, his reputation, his status, and the results of his hard work over the years, would be discovered to be not his own creation. According to the regulations of his alma mater, Harvard University, plagiarism in a graduation thesis would result in the cancellation of the degree. So he's going to lose his PhD. Ishihara Bai-san knew better than anyone how serious the consequences of plagiarism in the academic community were. He had dared to do it back then because he was sure that Gu Xiangwen wouldn't find out. Moreover, he had waited 2 years for Gu Xiangwen to graduate. His published PhD thesis had nothing to do with these few pages of experimental designs. Only then did he carefully use them in his own graduation thesis design. He didn't expect Gu Xiangwen to be so scheming and cunning. He had dug a pit and was waiting for him to jump into it. Ishihara Bai-san stared straight ahead and slowly walked into his room. In his suitcase, there was a katana. It was the katana that his father had given him. No matter where he went, he would bring it with him as a form of encouragement. He had mentioned this habit to Gu Xiangwen back then. He had even shown Gu Xiangwen the katana. Because of this, he rarely flew. Now that the security was getting stricter, his katana could only be specially checked in. He took out the katana from his suitcase and wiped it carefully with a towel. The lights in the bedroom reflected the gleam of the katana. It was as beautiful as the snow in the coldest winter, without any impurities. Ishihara Bai-san closed his eyes and pulled open his bathrobe. He held the handle of the katana with both hands and slashed at his abdomen. After Lu Jin threw the thing at Ishihara Bai-san's door, he did not leave immediately. He sat in his room, crossed his legs, and set the time on his phone. Then, he began to study the network security system of the Dunhill Hotel. When his timer rang, there was the sound of chaotic footsteps in the corridor outside the door. What happened? What's wrong? This floor was filled with luxury suites. There weren't many people living in them, but there were still 7 or 8 people. Everyone opened the door and looked out. The hotel staff rushed to a room in a flurry. A man who looked like a manager said nervously to everyone, "Something happened. Please don't come out." What happened? We have the right to know. These people were not easy to fool. They all questioned the hotel management. The manager couldn't resist and kept saying, "Everyone, please be quiet. Don't panic. The police and ambulance will be here soon." What? Police and ambulance? What the hell happened? It would have been better if this person hadn't said anything, but the moment he did, he panicked even more. A chubby man walked out of the room and said angrily, "If you don't explain it clearly, I won't dare to stay here anymore." He turned around and walked towards the elevator, but before he could walk out of the corridor, a few hotel security guards flashed out and blocked his way. The hotel's senior management also came over and said to the man in a pleasant tone, "Please don't be impatient. There was an international murder case on this floor just now. The police asked us to seal off the entire floor. No one is allowed to leave until they arrive." This is the second update of the day, Chapter 1706, I Know What You Did. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please cast a full vote for the recommendation votes. Okay, moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1718. Ha! Why? What does the murder here have to do with us? Why can't we leave? You can't do this. If you suspect that someone is a suspect, bring a court search warrant. If not, please get out of the way. We don't want to stay here anymore. Who the F***ck wants to stay in a place where a murder happened? The louder shouts, and the quieter shouts, too, murmurs. The buzzing sound was endless, as if a hornet's nest had been poked. In fact, it was indeed illegal for the hotel to not allow the guests in the other rooms to enter freely just because a murder had occurred in one room on this floor. These guests were not at the scene of the crime, and the hotel management did not have any evidence to prove that the guests in the other rooms were related to the murder. The people who could stay in the luxurious suites of the Dunhill Hotel were not ordinary people. It didn't take long for them to pick up their phones and call their lawyers, relatives, and friends. Although it was early in the morning on the first day of the new year, many people had not slept because the Spring Festival Gala had just ended. Therefore, a lawyer drove over very quickly. Just as the guests were quarreling with the hotel management, Lou Jean calmly logged into the hotel's intranet and erased all traces of his check-in. From the registration records in the lobby to his credit card, the surveillance footage in the lobby, and the surveillance footage in the corridor on this floor, he had deleted all traces of his presence. Perhaps the attendant who had checked him in the lobby still vaguely remembered such a person, but when the place became a mess later, it would be strange if that person would remember an ordinary person like him. The only thing that was difficult to deal with was the access card in his hand. If the hotel management sorted out all the access cards on this floor, they would find that the access card for his room had been lost. And this room happened to be next to Ishihara Baisan's room. Once it was investigated, the person who registered for him might think of him. Lou Jean pondered for a moment, wondering if he should hypnotize the attendant in the lobby when he returned the room to the door. At that moment, an ear-piercing fire alarm suddenly rang out from outside. Beep! 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 The sharp sound of the fire alarm rang through the entire corridor. The expressions of the guests who were confronting the hotel management changed drastically. There's a fire. There's a fire. Run. When the fire alarm went off, the hotel management had no reason to stop the guests from leaving. In fact, even if the police came, they could only run down together. The hotel management staff were the first to turn around and run down the stairs. The rest of the guests also ran toward the staircase. Because the elevator would automatically shut down when there was a fire alarm, no one ran to the elevator. At this moment, Lou Jean dashed out of the room and ran down behind these people. Just as he reached the middle floor, the firefighters finally came up. One of the big firefighters in a yellow firefighter uniform rushed over and bumped into Lou Jean before continuing to run up. Lou Jean hurriedly dodged, but he was still knocked against the railing of the stairs. However, the man did not seem to have much strength. His back hit the railing, but it did not hurt at all. Lou Jean was not in the mood to argue with this person. He thought that it was understandable that the other person was going to put out the fire. He just needed to hurry home. When he finally ran downstairs, Lou Jean thought of his card and looked around for the attendant who had registered him. He tried to hypnotize him, but when he touched his pocket, the card was gone. Lou Jean's expression changed, and he quickly looked around. He was surrounded by guests who had just come down from upstairs. All of them were disheveled, and many of them were still wrapped in hotel nightgowns and bathrobes. It was obvious that there was no time to change. Although there weren't many people on their floor, there were still many guests in the entire building. For a building like this, if a fire broke out on one floor, the people on all floors would be evacuated. Lou Jean squeezed through the crowd and calmly looked for the attendant who had registered him. When the fire alarm went off, the hotel's attendants also had their own evacuation mission. At this moment, they were all working in an orderly manner according to the plan. Lou Jean did not find the person he was looking for. The group of firefighters who had rushed upstairs were the first to rush directly to the floor where the murder had occurred. The fire alarm records showed that it had first sounded from that floor, so the source of the fire should be there. The tallest firefighter, the one who had bumped into Lu Jin, was the first to rush into Ishihara Baisan's room. He wore a fire mask and quickly looked around. Then, he entered Ishihara Baisan's bedroom and found that it was pitch black. He shone a high-intensity flashlight and found two things next to his body that were out of place in the surroundings. A small test tube and a few pieces of yellowed paper that looked like they had been torn out of a notebook. The man didn't think too much about it. He quickly walked over and quickly picked up the two things and stuffed them into his thick firefighting suit. It was also because of the fire alarm that the power in the building had been suspended. Only the backup power in the corridor was still running. The man retreated from the pitch-black room and entered the suite next door where Lu Jin had just been. He casually overturned the tables, chairs, and sofa. It looked like someone had run out of the room in a panic, causing a chaotic scene. He then used the fire extinguisher to spray the room, erasing all the fingerprints and footprints that Lu Jin might have left behind. After coming out of Lu Jin's room, he went to the other rooms with the fire extinguisher and did the same thing. Then, he quickly retreated. The whole operation took less than 5 minutes. The other firefighters were still looking for possible sources of fire in the various rooms, but he had already retreated. He found a remote utility room, took out a folded duffel bag, and opened it. He took off his firefighting suit and stuffed it into it. Then, he carried the duffel bag and pretended to be a guest. He quickly rushed down the fire escape. When he arrived at the lobby, it was crowded. He quickly walked to the lobby where the registration office was located. The place was also crowded. The hotel staff were not there to check in. He stood at the place where the staff checked in. While no one was paying attention, he threw the key card into the drawer where the key card was kept. At the entrance of the hotel, the sound of police cars could be heard. The police finally arrived late. Just as a large group of police rushed in, a few firefighters rushed down from upstairs. "It's okay, it's okay. There's a problem with the fire alarm. There's no fire, there's no fire. It's a false alarm. It's a false alarm. For safety's sake, everyone wait for another half an hour. It won't be too late for everyone to go upstairs after we've eliminated the fire alarm in the entire building." The firefighters told everyone about the situation upstairs, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jin was also paying attention to the situation in the crowd. When he heard that it wasn't a real fire alarm, he raised an eyebrow and felt that it was a little strange. Just as he was about to look for the hotel check-in attendant, a tall man walked over and whispered to him, "Sir, the car you asked for is here." Lu Jin immediately became alert when he heard the voice. It was the voice of the KGB, Peter Huashaoheng. Looking at this person's figure, he was clearly the firefighter who had bumped into him just now. Lu Jin finally understood everything. The KGB had stolen the key card that he had lost, hadn't it? This person was Huashaoheng. He grabbed Lu Jin's arm and whispered, "The key card has been returned. Let's go. The car is outside." Lu Jin heaved a sigh of relief. He then caught a glimpse of the hotel management walking into the lobby and beginning to communicate with the police. He quickly turned around and left with Huashaoheng. Because of the fire alarm just now, a large number of guests had also run out of the building. At this time, the main entrance of the hotel was not restricting people from entering and leaving. He followed Huashaoheng out of the lobby quickly and saw that Huashaoheng was carrying a travel bag in his hand. When they walked near the fire truck, Huashaoheng took out the firefighting suit from the travel bag and threw it into the back of the fire truck when no one was around. There were a lot of firefighting equipment piled up in a mess, including some scattered firefighting suits. Huashaoheng threw the firefighting suit from the travel bag into the middle of the pile of firefighting suits. No one could tell that a firefighting suit had just been lost here. Lu Jin noticed that Hu Xiaoheng had his back to the surveillance cameras when he did these things. You don't have to be so careful, do you? There's a fire alarm here, and the power has been cut off. Lu Jin pointed at the surveillance cameras. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. Our surveillance cameras in the Soviet Union usually have backup power. Of course, the surveillance cameras in this hotel don't have backup power. But it's better to be safe than sorry. It's good that everything's fine. Lu Jin pursed his lips and thought to himself, so what if he was photographed? With his methods, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to hack in and delete it? However, he had to admit that Peter's caution was indeed a sign of professionalism. He stopped arguing and obediently followed Hu Xiaoheng through the crowd on the lawn of the hotel building. He walked out of the door and across the street. There was also a group of people on the opposite side of the road. Some had rushed over to watch the show, while others had been called over by lawyers and the relatives and friends of the guests. There were also some hotel guests who had run to the opposite side of the hotel because they were worried that the fire would spread. After Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Jin left the hotel, they did not walk very fast. Instead, they joined the group of people who were watching the show from the opposite side of the road. Inconspicuously they crept back among the crowd, and when they had reached the furthest point, they looked up at the dunghill for a moment, and then slowly moved away from the spot. The two of them walked to the corner of the street. Hu Xiaoheng remotely opened a car and raised his chin at Lu Jin. Without saying a word, Lu Jin got into the passenger seat of the car. Hu Xiaoheng got into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly drove away from the place. They were not the only car that had left the hotel, so it was not particularly eye-catching. Lu Jin was full of praise for Hu Xiaoheng's actions, but he asked in confusion. How did you know I was here? I was sure that no one was following me. Hu Xiaoheng did not answer him. Instead, he asked coldly, Ishihara Bai-san is dead. Lu Jin nodded and said with a smile, guess how he died. Why did you want him to die? Hu Xiaoheng asked again, his heart a little heavy. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1707, Seamless Cooperation. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote for all the recommendation votes, OK 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, Big Shots, Little Angels. Chapter 1719. Lu Jin blinked and tried to pretend to be confused. What do you mean I want him dead? What does his death have to do with me? Lu Jin's gaze drifted as he looked out the car window at the night sky. The street lamps drew a long, shining line under the night sky, pointing in an unknown direction. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and stepped on the accelerator. He sped the car forward for a distance before saying, It's none of your business. Why did you use a fake ID to stay in Ishihara Bai-san's room? And you stayed in the middle of the night. Lu Jin laughed and said proudly, Mr. Peter, you have to have evidence to prove it. Go to the Dunhill Hotel and check. If you can find out my check-in records, I'll admit defeat. Even if you find out my fake ID, I'll admit defeat. Hu Xiaoheng also smiled and said calmly, There's no need to check the computer records. You left enough fingerprints and footprints in the room next to Ishihara Bai-san's. These two alone are enough for the police in the imperial capital to lock onto your identity. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment. He let out a long "ah" and said in annoyance, Hey. How could I forget about that? If you can remember that, I'll admit defeat. Hu Xiaoheng imitated Lu Jin's tone. Your life has always been on the internet. You pay more attention to eliminating your traces on the internet, but what about the traces in your life? Don't forget, what can really convict you are the traces in your life. Therefore, not only did he spray the fire extinguisher, but he also messed up several uninhabited rooms to confuse the public. Convict me. Lu Jin didn't buy it. His face suddenly darkened. I didn't do anything illegal. Why are you convicting me? You didn't do anything illegal. Then why did you go next to Ishihara Bai-san's room in the middle of the night? And after you moved in, he died. You said it had nothing to do with you. Hua Xiaoheng tilted his head to look at him and said. Nianji already knows that you came out at night. She has your location. Ha! How did she know? Isn't she sleeping at this time? As soon as Hua Xiaoheng brought out Gu Nianji, Lu Jin's anger died. His eyes darted around quickly, and his brain started working. He was thinking of a perfect excuse to fool Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but gasp in amazement when he saw the way he rolled his eyes. The power of inheritance was too strong. After waiting for a while, Hua Xiaoheng softened his tone and said, Uncle Lu, please tell me the details. I don't want us to say different things later and give ourselves away to Nianji. He added, you know that Nianji will be able to detect the slightest mistake. She could even see through Hua Xiaoheng's disguise. In Hua Xiaoheng's opinion, Gu Nianji's ability to read people's thoughts and body language was already on par with the top group of people in their industry. The idea that Lu Jin had just thought of was like a balloon that had been pricked by a needle. He weakly leaned back in his seat and let out a long sigh. Of course I have my reasons. Besides, I really didn't kill him. You didn't kill him, which means you didn't kill him, right? Hua Xiaoheng looked ahead quietly and said dryly, but I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. That's not completely without responsibility, right? I'm just not responsible. Lu Jin snorted. He was the one who had a guilty conscience and was exposed by me. He couldn't save face, so he committed suicide by cutting his stomach. Hua Xiaoheng recalled the condition of the body he had seen just now. It really looked like he had committed suicide. The ground was covered in blood, and if he wasn't careful, he would get stained with it. With Hua Xiaoheng's skills and observation skills, he didn't get stained. If Lu Jin had entered that room, he definitely wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Hua Xiaoheng quickly glanced at the soles of Lu Jin's shoes. Fortunately, the edges of the shoes were pure white and not stained by the blood at all. Lu Jin must not have entered Ishihara Bai-san's room. The weight in Hua Xiaoheng's heart was lifted, and he suddenly relaxed. Then how did he die? Hua Xiaoheng asked. He couldn't have killed himself just because you told him to, right? Lu Jin revealed a mocking expression and said. That's about it. I exposed him for copying my experimental design decades ago. Hua Xiaoheng immediately thought of the small test tube and a few pieces of yellowed paper beside Ishihara Bai-san's body. It was obvious that Ishihara Bai-san cared about these two things, because the place where he had placed them wasn't stained with blood at all. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He pondered for a moment and tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. After a while, he took out the small test tube and the yellowed paper and said, Uncle Lu, do you know? Ishihara Bai-san didn't die so easily. When he died, he left these two things in the best place beside him. They weren't even stained by the blood of his suicide. Lu Jin blinked. You got them too? Yes, what else? They were left there to give someone a clue. Hua Xiaoheng flipped his hand and put away the two things. What do you think someone would think if they saw these two things? What would they think? Lu Jin understood and his face turned pale. Hua Xiaoheng enunciated each word. Would they first think that Gu Xiangwen isn't dead yet? F***ck. He's too cunning. Ishihara Bai-san actually had a backup plan. Lu Jin was furious. That old fart. Turn the car around. I want him to die again. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't listen to Lu Jin's crazy words. He drove calmly and waited for Lu Jin to calm down before comforting him. Actually, it makes sense that he committed suicide after you exposed him for plagiarism. The Japanese always cared a lot about their reputation. But he wasn't willing to die just like that, so he tried to leave something behind. But by doing so, he also gave us a clue. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Lu Jin. That is, Ishihara Bai-san isn't alone. He should have accomplices. He placed these clues next to his body to remind his accomplices that Gu Xiangwen isn't dead, and he's here. Lu Jin hadn't expected Ishihara Bai-san to try to set him up before he died. He gasped and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with even more admiration. Peter, you're indeed the KGB of the Soviet Union. You even thought of this. I think you're better than Boss Lu. Hua Xiaoheng, but why did you choose today to expose him for plagiarizing your experimental design? Hua Xiaoheng changed the topic again. He wouldn't let Lu Jin off so easily. Through today's incident, Hua Xiaoheng found two suspicious points. First, why did Lu Jin expose Ishihara Bai-san now and provoke him to commit suicide instead of making a move when he discovered that Ishihara Bai-san had ambushed him decades ago? Second, Ishihara Bai-san wasn't alone. He had accomplices. But why did he have accomplices? Who were his accomplices? What were they doing together? All of these secrets should be on Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng continued to ask, according to what you just said, that happened decades ago. Why didn't you expose it decades ago and only expose it now? Lu Jin's excitement instantly faded like the tide. He lazily rubbed his temples and said, I'm happy, can't I? I was too busy a few decades ago to expose him. So what if I plagiarized it? What else can I do? A cunning glint flashed across Lu Jin's eyes. Hua Xiaoheng happened to look up at the rearview mirror. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Lu Jin's eyes flashing and the faint smile on his lips. What about a few decades later? Aren't you busy anymore? Hua Xiaoheng asked with a faint smile. Yes, I'm hitting the child on a rainy day. I have nothing to do. Lu Jin laughed dryly and quickly said, I'm joking, I'm joking. How could I bear to hit my precious daughter? Only someone as shameless as Ishihara Bai-san wouldn't be a waste of time to teach him a lesson. You still haven't answered why you suddenly exposed him decades later, and why did you choose to do it in the early morning of the first day of the new year? Hua Xiaoheng wasn't someone who was easily fooled. He could always successfully return to the original topic. Lu Jin was a little anxious by his question. He said angrily, I don't like his appearance at the Spring Festival Gala, okay? What the hell? He actually came to our country to conduct genetic research. Oh. Are you jealous of those who are capable? Hua Xiaoheng said deliberately, you can't stand seeing someone who wasn't as good as you in the past, but now he's more famous and capable than you. Lu Jin opened his mouth and was about to say no, but he suddenly thought of what he was going to do. He pursed his lips tightly and said, yes, I'm just jealous of him. I can't stand it when I see that he's more famous and capable than me, so it's best if he dies. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes twitched imperceptibly. Lu Yuan was right. Something was wrong with Lu Jin. Something was really wrong. Hua Xiaoheng just didn't expect that a small test tube and a few yellowed experimental designs would be able to provoke Ishihara Bai-san into committing suicide. But that wasn't Lu Jin's real goal. What exactly did he want to do? This was today's second update, Chapter 1708, Hitting the Child on a Rainy Day, Since I'm Idle. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1720. Would a genius scientist who would rather fake his death and live in seclusion be jealous of a second-rate scientist, Ishihara Bai-san, who had never made any significant achievements? Hua Xiaoheng didn't believe a single word. But this person was Lu Jin, Gu Nianji's biological father. He couldn't do anything to him. Hua Xiaoheng sighed softly and said dryly, "Uncle Lu, do you think Nianji will believe this reason?" Lu Jin's face fell again. He rubbed his tangled hair and muttered. "If you don't tell her, she won't know, right?" She looked at Hua Xiaoheng excitedly as if she had found a great solution. "Yes. Just say that I came out for a ride and didn't do anything. I just strolled around and came back." He clapped his hands. "Nothing happened. Everything is fine." If this was on the internet, he would definitely give his post countless likes. Hua Xiaoheng coughed and said sternly, "Uncle Lu, I never lie to Nianji." When Hua Xiaoheng said this, he felt lucky that Nianji wasn't here. If she heard him say this, she would definitely scoff. He had lied to her countless times. It was just that in the past, he had a legitimate reason, and she didn't care. Lu Jin's expression twisted when he heard Hua Xiaoheng's words. Hearing this man say that he would never lie to his daughter, of course he was happy. Which father would like someone who often lied to his daughter? But now, if he said he didn't lie, he would be the one suffering losses. This was a little subtle. Lu Jin glared at Hua Xiaoheng for a long time, but he couldn't find the right words to retort. If Lu Yuan was here, he would definitely be laughing happily because he had finally gotten his revenge. How many times had he been insulted by Lu Jin? Just thinking about it made him want to cry. The two of them didn't speak until they drove back to the parking lot downstairs. Lu Jin looked at the apartment building and sighed. Who would have thought that he would be able to return? He had already made preparations. From today onwards, he would once again roam the world. He would not contact anyone until he completed his plan. He had never expected to come back alive. Hua Xiaoheng stopped the car and unbuckled his seatbelt. When he was about to get out, he saw that Lu Jin was still sitting there and had no intention of getting out. "Uncle Lu. We're here," he warned, opening the door and getting out. Lu Jin was still sitting in the car, motionless. His expression was very conflicted. Hua Xiaoheng walked to the other side and opened the car door for Lu Jin. Lu Jin still did not get out of the car. He stammered. "How about I don't go back? Just tell Nianji that you lost me." "Uncle Lu, are you questioning my professional ethics?" Hua Xiaoheng looked dissatisfied. "If I, the KGB, can even lose someone with a location display, I'd have to commit seppuku like the Japanese." The corners of Lu Jin's eyes twitched. He was actually a little afraid to face Gu Nianji's questions. He poked his head out of the car and stammered. "What should we do? Are you really going to tell me the truth?" Hua Xiaoheng already had an idea. He calmly got out of the car and walked to the other side to open the door for Lu Jin. He said politely, "Uncle Lu, maybe Nianji won't ask." "I'm not very sure about that either." After all, Peter and Gu Nianji hadn't actually known each other for long. Lu Jin actually knew that Gu Nianji wouldn't be so easily fooled, but he always tried his luck. What if she was too sleepy and had already fallen asleep? Then by tomorrow, he should have come up with a complete excuse. Lu Jin pulled himself together and got out of the car. He smiled at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Thank you so much for today. You don't have to go up. Go home and have a good sleep." He looked at his watch. It was almost 3 in the morning. He wanted to send Hua Xiaoheng away so that he wouldn't have a chance to complain to Gu Nianji. Lu Jin smiled smugly. Hua Xiaoheng also smiled. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and quietly sent Gu Nianji a text message, frowny face, "Call me. Call me." How could Gu Nianji fall asleep? She had been anxiously waiting for news. She had already found out about what had happened at the Dunhill Hotel from the internet. Although it wasn't detailed, there had already been a lot of gossip. For example, it was an international homicide, the Imperial Capital Major Crimes Unit had been dispatched, and then there had been a fire alarm. Although it was early in the morning, the internet was bustling with activity. It was also the new year. She looked at Lu Jin's location and came downstairs to her apartment, but she didn't come up. She had planned to send Hua Xiaoheng a text message to ask what was going on. Gu Nianji happened to see Hua Xiaoheng's text message asking her to call him, so she immediately dialed the King of Drama shortcut. Hua Xiaoheng's phone rang at the right time. He quickly picked it up and smiled. "Nianji, are you still awake?" Gu Nianji asked anxiously, "How can I sleep? What's going on? Why aren't you up yet? Are you dawdling in the parking lot for the new year?" Her voice was so loud, and Hua Xiaoheng had deliberately turned the volume on his phone to the maximum. The parking lot in the early morning was as quiet as an ancient wasteland. It sounded like it was on speakerphone. Lu Jin was embarrassed. So his girl had been monitoring his movements the entire time. Hua Xiaoheng looked troubled. He glanced at Lu Jin and mouthed, "What should we do?" Lu Jin glared at Hua Xiaoheng and waved his hand vigorously. He heard Hua Xiaoheng say, "Nianji, your dad is here. I want you to talk to him." As he spoke, he directly handed the phone to Lu Jin. Lu Jin didn't know whether to pick it up or not. He really hated Hua Xiaoheng. But Gu Nianji kept calling out, "Dad. Dad. Say something." Lu Jin couldn't resist Gu Nianji's voice. He picked up the phone helplessly and whispered, "Nianji, why aren't you sleeping yet?" "How can I sleep?" Gu Nianji was furious. "I'll give you 5 minutes. If you don't come up, I'll go down." "No, no, no." Lu Jin immediately surrendered. "We'll come up right away. Don't come out. It's cold outside. Your room is warm. It's still cold no matter how big your clothes are. Be careful not to freeze." As he rambled on, he was already walking in the direction of the elevator. Hua Xiaoheng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Gu Nianji was here. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to do anything to Lu Jin. He followed Lu Jin into the elevator. Lu Jin used the door to swipe the floor up. He didn't even look at Hua Xiaoheng. He held his phone and muttered to Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care. He stood calmly beside him and practically escorted him into Gu Nianji's suite. "Dad. Where did you go in the middle of the night?" Gu Nianji rushed out of the bedroom in a light pink coral velvet casual wear. She wore a pair of furry panda slippers on her feet. As she ran, the slippers made a lot of noise, and she almost didn't fall in the living room. Lu Jin saw his daughter and forgot himself. He quickly ran over to catch her and said, "Don't worry. I'm back now, aren't I?" "Dad. Don't scare me." Gu Nianji's nose was red, and her eyes were sparkling with tears. She tugged at Lu Jin's shirt and finally cried. "It wasn't easy for me to find Dad. Are you going to leave me alone? I don't want to be an orphan anymore. Dad, don't leave me alone. I don't want to be an orphan without parents anymore." Actually, in the beginning, Gu Nianji didn't care who her biological parents were. Hua Xiaoheng had taken good care of her, and she didn't have any regrets in this regard. But after coming into contact with the outside world, she gradually realized that her parents were different. They were completely different from the kind of feelings Hua Xiaoheng had given her. It wasn't until she came here and felt Lu Jin's meticulous care for her, as well as his unconditional doting and love, that Gu Nianji truly realized that children who grew up being doted on by their parents were different. They were especially confident. Even when she lost her temper, she was especially unscrupulous. Lu Jin's heart ached from Gu Nianji's crying, and tears flowed down his cheeks. Nianji, don't cry. Nianji, don't cry. Dad isn't abandoning you. Dad is. Lu Jin wanted to say that Dad was doing this for her to live a better life. But looking at Gu Nianji, she definitely wouldn't accept this reason. He didn't say anything. He just hugged her in his arms and gently patted her back. He walked to the bedroom and said, "It's late. You go to sleep first. We'll talk about it tomorrow, okay?" Hu Xiaoheng also said from behind them, "Nianji, go to sleep for a while. I'll be here to help you look after Uncle Lu." Gu Nianji quickly said, "Then it's a deal." "Mr. Peter, help me look after Dad. I'll go to sleep for a while." She was indeed very sleepy. When she lacked sleep, her brain's IQ would drop. At this time, she couldn't think of any good ideas. Lu Jin had wanted to chase Hu Xiaoheng away, but now that his daughter had asked him to stay and watch him, he didn't dare say no. After finally coaxing Gu Nianji to sleep, Lu Jin gently closed her bedroom door and walked to the sofa in the living room to sit down. The ceiling light in the living room was off, and there was only a small gray lamp on the small table next to the sofa. Lu Jin sat in the shadow of the lamp and wiped his face tiredly. What should I do? What should I tell Nianji tomorrow? Hu Xiaoheng sat opposite him and said calmly, "To be honest, Nianji isn't an ignorant girl. She's experienced more than we can imagine. You have to learn to treat her like an adult." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1709, Pretend Nothing Happened. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote for all the recommendation votes, OK 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1721. Lu Jin lowered his head and leaned back listlessly on the sofa. Half of his body was in shadow and the expression on his face could not be seen. Hu Xiaoheng thought it was a good thing that Lu Jin still had someone he could not resist, and that was Nianji. As long as Nianji asked him, Lu Jin wouldn't lie to her. The two of them didn't speak and just sat quietly in the living room. At daybreak, both of them dozed off. Lu Yuan woke up in his room with a splitting headache. The feeling of a hangover was terrible. However, he hadn't gotten drunk in so many years. He was too happy yesterday, so he indulged himself. But after indulging himself, he remembered what he had done when he was drunk, and couldn't help but hit his head with a headache. He could only hope that Hu Xiaoheng could help him put away the pencil sketches in time so that Gu Nianji and Lu Jin wouldn't see them. However, he remembered who he had drawn. If it was really Hu Xiaoheng who had put it away, Lu Yuan's face turned pale. He was done for. He was too ashamed to face anyone. At this moment, Lu Yuan did not want to get up at all. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. He would never wake up to face these people. This was too embarrassing. It was already 9 in the morning when Gu Nianji woke up. She washed up and came out of the bedroom to find Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Jin still sleeping on the sofa. Gu Nianji let out a long sigh. It was good to see Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng by her side. These were the two most important men in her life. He took out 2 blankets and gently covered them. Lu Jin was really asleep. Gu Nianji covered him with a blanket, but he didn't notice at all. He just changed to a more comfortable way to sleep. Hu Xiaoheng woke up the moment Gu Nianji opened the door, but he was still asleep and didn't move. When Gu Nianji covered him with the blanket, he gently kissed her cheek. Gu Nianji blushed and twisted Hu Xiaoheng's muscular waist under the blanket. Hu Xiaoheng was in pain, but he didn't make a sound. He only narrowed his eyes and smiled at her. Gu Nianji pouted but didn't say anything. She got up and went to the kitchen to check. They were all dishes that she didn't know how to cook, so she had to wait for Lu Yuan to cook breakfast. Gu Nianji thought about it and took the pencil sketches that Lu Yuan had drawn yesterday. She went to Lu Yuan's apartment and rang the doorbell. Lu Yuan didn't want to get up at first, but when he saw Gu Nianji ringing the doorbell on the monitor, he still got up and opened the door. "Good morning, Nianji." Lu Yuan was wearing casual clothes and opened the door with a smile. "You're up so early." "I just came to see if you were feeling better, President Lu." Gu Nianji smiled and hid the stack of sketches behind her back. "I didn't disturb your sleep, did I? I've been awake for a while." Lu Yuan went to the kitchen to get a bottle of milk for Gu Nianji. He warmed it in the microwave and brought it over to her. There were also 2 soda crackers. "Thank you, President Lu." Gu Nianji smiled. "How did you know I was hungry?" Lu Yuan laughed. "If you weren't hungry and came to find someone to make breakfast, why would you knock on my door?" Gu Nianji made a face. "President Lu, you're wrong." She leisurely took out the stack of pencil sketches. "I'm actually here to return them to their rightful owner." The pencil sketches slammed down on the mahogany dining table in front of her. Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly. Gu Nianji didn't say anything. She picked up the milk and slowly drank it. Lu Yuan looked at the stack of pencil sketches, and his mind went blank. He had never expected that these things would not be kept by Hu Xiaoheng, but fall into Gu Nianji's hands, but on second thought, this was better than falling into Hu Xiaoheng's hands, right? After all, Song Jining was Hu Xiaoheng's mother, and he was Hu Xiaoheng's father's older brother. This relationship was too messy and complicated. Lu Yuan didn't know what Hu Xiaoheng would think of him. Now that it had fallen into Gu Nianji's hands, even though she was Hu Xiaoheng's fiancé, she didn't know that Peter was Hu Xiaoheng, so it shouldn't be anything, right? However, she knew Song Jining, so he had to think about how to explain this problem. Gu Nianji finished a bottle of milk and took a good look at Lu Yuan's expression before deliberately asking, "President Lu, who is this girl? She's so beautiful." Lu Yuan looked up at her and said frankly, "You don't know her. She's the person I like. I haven't seen her for many years." "Oh. Is that so? She also looks like someone I know." Gu Nianji deliberately pretended not to know Lu Yuan's secret. "Could it be that we know the same person?" Lu Yuan calmly put away the pencil sketches and said, "Really? Who?" "But that person is in the other world." Gu Nianji asked curiously, "How do you know someone from the other world?" "The person I know is in this world, not in the other world," Lu Yuan said without hesitation. "Maybe she's her counterpart." Gu Nianji's lips twitched. If it weren't for that bowl of San Xian fried rice, she would have believed him. "Really?" Gu Nianji picked up the baking soda biscuit on the white porcelain plate and said with a smile, "Let me meet her when I have the chance." So President Lu really has a second spring. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. "Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. I didn't even have a first spring, so how could I have a second spring?" "Oh. So this is your first spring?" Gu Nianji said meaningfully and stood up. "Okay, President Lu, go make us lunch when you have time. There's no need for breakfast. My dad and Peter are still sleeping." Lu Yuan didn't know that so many things had happened overnight. He nodded. "I'll go wash up first, and then I'll go over to your side to cook." "Thank you, President Lu." Gu Nianji beamed and turned to leave, but Lu Yuan stopped her. He took out a red envelope and handed it over. "Nianji, this is your New Year's money." Gu Nianji took it in surprise. "It's a real red envelope. I still have New Year's money." That was great. She used to be a red envelope expert on the internet, but she didn't send red envelopes much anymore. She opened it on the spot and saw a stack of brand new RMB, the kind with the largest denomination. Gu Nianji kissed the red envelope and smiled. Thank you, President Liu. This is the best gift. Liu Yuan smiled and patted her head. I'm glad you like it. He was as considerate and protective as an elder to a junior. Gu Nianji was in a good mood. She hummed her demonic off-key song as she returned to the suite opposite her. At this time, Hu Xiaoheng was no longer on the sofa. Lu Jin was sitting alone on the sofa, still covered with the blanket. His expression was one of shock. Gu Nianji walked over and sat beside him. She asked softly, Dad, are you okay? As she spoke, she tested Lu Jin's forehead with her hand, worried that he would have a fever and get sick. Lu Jin was extremely touched. He raised his hand and held Gu Nianji's hand that was testing his forehead. His voice was almost choked with sobs. Nianji, I made you worry. It's my fault. Dad, don't say that. Gu Nianji brought Lu Jin a bottle of water. Drink some water. President Liu will come and make us lunch later. Lu Jin lifted the blanket and sat up straight. He asked with concern, Nianji, have you had breakfast? I just drank milk at President Liu's place and ate a few baking soda biscuits. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin and her voice became stern. Dad, can you tell me now why you went to the Dunhill Hotel in the middle of the night last night? She could clearly see from the location display that Lu Jin had gone to the Dunhill Hotel. Lu Jin looked away and muttered. If I had known earlier, I would have cancelled the location. He had thought that Gu Nianji would definitely be sleeping on New Year's Eve. He had waited for the matter to be settled before cancelling the location on Gu Nianji's phone. In the end, he hadn't expected Peter to interfere. Gu Nianji had been monitoring his movements from beginning to end. Thinking about it, it was really a freak accident. Lu Jin felt warm and proud of Gu Nianji, but he also felt like he had shot himself in the foot. The location was really a double-edged sword. What location are you talking about? Gu Nianji raised her voice. Her sharp gaze didn't allow Lu Jin to dodge. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Lu Jin shook his head hurriedly. No, no. Of course not. That's good. Gu Nianji also sat up straight and asked seriously, I saw the news. There was an international murder case at the Dunhill Hotel yesterday. What's going on? Don't tell me it has something to do with you. Lu Jin thought awkwardly, it really has something to do with me. His gaze wandered, but he didn't dare to meet Gu Nianji's gaze. Gu Nianji's heart sank. It really has something to do with you. What exactly is going on? Seeing that Lu Jin didn't say anything, she picked up her phone and began to search for news about the international murder case at the Dunhill Hotel. After a night of fermentation, the news about Ishihara Baisan finally spread online. Gu Nianji looked at the hot news, and her already big eyes widened even more. She blurted out, What? Ishihara Baisan committed suicide again. Lu Jin immediately became curious. Why did you say, again? This was today's second update, Chapter 1710, Why did you say, again? A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote for all the recommendation votes. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1722. Gu Nianji was speechless. Yes, why did she say, again? She looked at Lu Jin with a headache and thought to herself, shouldn't I ask the two of you, Gu Xiangwen? Lu Jin looked at her with great interest and said, I see. Could it be that Ishihara Baisan's counterpart also committed suicide? Gu Nianji nodded and frowned. Not only did Ishihara Baisan commit suicide, but he was also scolded by Mr. Gu Xiang went over there. Lu Jin was instantly happy. Ha 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 ha, what a coincidence. It's the same here. Gu Nianji, she narrowed her eyes unkindly. Dad, does that mean the international murder case that happened at the Dunhill Hotel really has something to do with you? Lu Jin's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at Gu Nianji awkwardly, his eyes almost pleading with her. Gu Nianji wouldn't be moved by his pleading. Gu Nianji's heart trembled at the thought of what Lu Jin might do. She thought about what he had done to send her to the other side. Gu Nianji suppressed the panic and fear in her heart and said calmly. Could it be that he was also scolded to death by you? How did you scold him? Where did you scold him? Who was there at the time? How many people saw you when you left? She asked a series of questions and had already entered the mode of a lawyer interrogating a client. Lu Jin was a little afraid of such a stern and serious Gu Nianji. He shrunk his neck and moved to the other side of the sofa without a trace. He whispered. Then tell me first how Gu Xiangwen scolded Ishihara Bai-san to death. It was easier for him to get some experience and not reveal too much information. Gu Nianji saw through his thoughts and laughed angrily. I won't give you a template to follow. You'd better tell me how you did it, and I'll tell you how Gu Xiangwen did it. After a pause, Gu Nianji added, the Ishihara Bai-san over there died many years ago, unlike the Ishihara Bai-san over here who is still alive. Lu Jin saw that he couldn't avoid it, so he let out a long sigh and sat upright. He lowered his head and said, actually, I didn't scold him. I didn't even meet him. I just called him and left two little things in front of his hotel room door. Oh. Where did you call from? What was the content of the call? Also, to be able to place the items in front of Ishihara Bai-san's hotel room, did you do it yourself or did you hire someone to do it? Gu Nianji's mind carefully traced Lu Jin's movements, trying to rule out all possibilities of being discovered. She didn't want Lu Jin to be involved in this case, because she was worried that Lu Jin would attract too much public attention and He Qingjian would discover his true identity. Lu Jin was frightened by Gu Nianji's aura and said honestly, in the room next to Ishihara Bai-san's. I called him and told him that I knew what he had done back then. Then, I placed a small test tube and a few experimental notes in front of his room door. When he saw those two things, he knew that he had been exposed for plagiarizing my experimental design when he wrote his doctoral thesis. Lu Jin glanced at Gu Nianji as he spoke. Gu Nianji looked very serious. Her pretty little face was stern, and she exuded a pressure that penetrated deep into one's heart. It was exactly the same as that person's aura in court. It was such a similar aura, but that old man He Qingjian actually didn't recognize it at all. He was really drunk. Lu Jin cursed in his heart. His gaze fell on Gu Nianji's face, and his expression was slightly moved and sad. Gu Nianji frowned again, her gaze sharp and sharp. Ha! Ishihara Bai-san's doctoral thesis actually plagiarized your experimental design. But didn't you say that you didn't know him and weren't his classmates? Lu Jin closed his eyes awkwardly and said forcefully. Well, in theory, I wasn't considered a classmate. My major in university was high-energy physics. I only went to Ishihara Bai-san's biological genetic engineering laboratory to listen in and do some experiments. I didn't have a student status, and I didn't need credits, so... Are you trying to play dumb with me? Gu Nianji raised her voice angrily. Is it fun to be picky with words? It's quite interesting, Lu Jin muttered. Don't you lawyers just like to be picky with words and play word games? He spoke so confidently that Gu Nianji was speechless. She glared at Lu Jin for a while before saying forcefully, Are you treating me as a lawyer? You want to be my client? Okay, then we'll interrogate you as a lawyer and a client. You can't hide anything from me. Nianji, don't be angry. Dad was just saying that casually. Our father-daughter relationship is so close and beautiful. Why do we have to make it a cold relationship between a lawyer and a client? Lu Jin immediately refused to be Gu Nianji's client. Gu Nianji's expression softened and she nodded. Okay then, we're still father and daughter. I'm asking you now, as a father, you can't lie to your daughter. This is more serious than a client lying to his lawyer. Lu Jin, okay, in terms of logic, he was also trash in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji raised her chin at Lu Jin. Tell me specifically how your experimental notes fell into Ishihara Bai-san's hands back then. Lu Jin, he scratched his head. Do I have to say that? There's nothing much to say about that. My experimental design was placed on my desk in the laboratory, and Ishihara Bai-san saw it. Is that so? That Ishihara Bai-san seems to be a genius himself. Why did he copy your experimental design? Gu Nianji asked in confusion. You also said that your main profession is high-energy physics. You only went to their biological genetic engineering laboratory to listen in and do a few experiments. Ishihara Bai-san was the most talented doctoral student in the laboratory at that time. Was there a need to copy your experimental design? Lu Jin smiled slyly and said, You'll have to ask him about that. He's already dead. I can't ask him. I can only ask you, Gu Nianji said calmly. Her gaze was like a laser detector as she locked onto Lu Jin. Under such a gaze, Lu Jin didn't dare to make any unusual movements. He tried his best to maintain his composure and said unhappily, So what if I'm an auditing student? Even if I'm an auditing student in their laboratory, I'm still better than them. Okay, I know you're a genius. But in terms of academics, have you ever shown your genius as an auditing student? Gu Nianji asked in detail. She needed a lot of actual information from back then to speculate all the reasons why Ishihara Bai-san had committed suicide. In Gu Nianji's opinion, committing suicide because of plagiarism was indeed the Japanese style of doing things. But was that the only reason? Lu Jin saw that Gu Nianji didn't seem to be pestering him about why Ishihara Bai-san had copied his experimental design anymore, so he relaxed and smiled. Well, I'm still very low-key. I occasionally show off my talent in high-energy physics and computers. I was still learning when it came to biological genetic engineering. Oh. You were still learning at the time. As a doctoral student in this laboratory, would Ishihara Bai-san plagiarize your experimental design and use it in his doctoral thesis? Why does it sound so unreliable? Gu Nianji tapped her right cheek with one finger, her expression incredulous. How is it unreliable? Lu Jin blinked, also puzzled. Are you looking down on my ability? Of course you're a genius in my eyes. Gu Nianji's stern expression relaxed slightly, and the corners of her lips curled up. But you just said that when you were in that laboratory, you were still in the learning stage. In other words, you didn't show much talent in biological genetic engineering. For example, it's like a college student writing a graduation thesis. No matter how much he plagiarized, he wouldn't plagiarize a primary school student's essay, right? With Ishihara Bai-san's education background and years of doing experiments, you were like a primary school student in front of him, right? Gu Nianji deliberately exaggerated. Lu Jin was indignant. Why am I like a primary school student? In that laboratory, I was at least at the level of an undergraduate student, okay? That's right. Even if you were at the level of an undergraduate student in biological genetic engineering at the time, Ishihara Bai-san was already at the level of a doctoral student. Why would he plagiarize an undergraduate student's experimental design? Unless you had already shown outstanding talent in biological genetic engineering at the time. Gu Nianji remained calm and collected as she circled back to the question step by step. Lu Jin didn't notice for a moment and happily jumped into the small hole that Gu Nianji had dug. He extended his right index finger and pointed at Gu Nianji. Nianji, you don't know this. Although I didn't show outstanding talent in biological genetic engineering at the time, my experimental design happened to solve the bottleneck problem of Ishihara Baisan's experiment at the time. When he saw the experimental design on my desk, he was stunned. Lu Jin was immersed in his memories. He thought I didn't know, but I actually installed a pinhole camera near the computer on my desk. I could see his every move clearly. At that time, it was noon in the laboratory. Everyone else had gone for lunch, and he was the only one in the laboratory. When he saw that there was no one around, he took out a camera and took pictures of all my experimental designs. Gu Nianji nodded and made the final decision. Oh, that means you knew that he was going to plagiarize your experimental design at the time, but why did you only threaten to expose him now? It was actually the same question as Peter. Lu Jin glared at Gu Nianji. Did Peter ask you to ask me that? Gu Nianji was confused. Why did you ask Peter? I came up with this question myself. I haven't spoken to Mr. Peter today. Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan had been listening at the living room door for a while. Seeing that Lu Jin was questioning Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng walked over unhurriedly and took out the small test tube and a few pieces of yellowed paper from his trouser pocket. He handed them to Gu Nianji and said, I didn't have time to tell you. I found these in Ishihara Baisan's room. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1711, What a Coincidence. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1723. Hu Xiaoheng stood in front of her with a small test tube and a few pages of yellowed paper in his hand, as if he had torn them from a notebook. Gu Nianji looked up. Her eyes were as clear as water, and she looked calm and peaceful without any emotion. However, from Hu Xiaoheng's point of view, he could see the hidden concern and worry in the depths of her eyes. In fact, she had hidden it so well that if it hadn't been for the fact that this had happened so suddenly that she didn't have time to hide the expression in her eyes, even Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't have been able to tell what she was really thinking. Her gaze gradually slid down from Hu Xiaoheng's perfect and exquisite jaw to Hu Xiaoheng's outstretched hand. It was this pair of almost flawless hands that had once misled her. Gu Nianji suddenly became distracted. Perhaps she should ask Hu Xiaoheng how he took care of his hands. However, this was only a fleeting thought. Gu Nianji quickly came back to her senses, and her gaze lingered on the two things in Hu Xiaoheng's hand. She didn't reach out to take them. She just looked at them quietly for a while and said, "What is this?" "It's a test tube and experimental design," Lu Jin rushed to say, as if he was eager to atone for his crimes. "The test tube is the result of my experimental design. Those pieces of paper were my experimental design back then." Gu Nianji nodded and looked down to write a few words on her phone. She then asked Hu Xiaoheng, "You found it in Ishihara Baisan's room? Where was it in his room?" A hint of admiration flashed across Hu Xiaoheng's eyes, and he said lightly, "Right next to his body." Gu Nianji quickly reacted. Right next to him. Why wasn't it stained with blood? Because Ishihara Baisan accurately estimated the direction of the blood flow when he cut himself. Lu Jin added in a very academic manner, for people who often do animal experiments, they should have a full understanding of the consequences of each cut, where the blood will flow from, and where it will eventually flow. Gu Nianji, that's not the point, Gu Nianji said lightly, silently ignoring Lu Jin's seeking praise gaze. Lu Yuan, who had followed Hu Xiaoheng in, couldn't help chuckling when he heard this. Lu Jin turned to see him and said angrily, "Boss Lu, why aren't you going to cook? You've already been lazy and didn't make breakfast. Don't tell me you won't let us eat lunch too." Lu Yuan knew that he was venting his anger, so he didn't take it seriously. He smiled and said, "I'm just here to make lunch." He nodded at Gu Nianji. Nianji, interrogate your father properly. He's not afraid of anything. No one can handle him. He turned to leave the living room and went to the kitchen to cook. Anyway, Hu Xiaoheng had a listening device on him. Lu Yuan could connect to his listening device through the internet and hear the conversation in the living room, so he didn't have to stay here all the time. Gu Nianji heard Lu Yuan's words and glanced sideways at Lu Jin. Lu Jin sat upright. He lowered his head and denied it 3 times in a row. I didn't, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Nianji held back her laughter and said to Lu Yuan's back, Thank you, President Lu. I want to eat San Xian fried rice for lunch. Lu Yuan's footsteps staggered, but he quickly walked to the kitchen and closed the translucent glass sliding door. Naughty again. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji and mouthed silently. Gu Nianji didn't look at him. She continued to look at her father, Lu Jin. Dad, I believe you're not afraid of anything, Gu Nianji said seriously. Gu Nianji said seriously, President Lu isn't talking nonsense, but I still hope that you have some respect. For example, respect for law and order. Lu Jin lowered his head even more. Gu Nianji couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't want to push Lu Jin too far, but when she thought about it carefully, there were too many questions. If she didn't figure it out, she would be too passive. Especially since Ishihara Bai-san admired Qin Yaoguang so much. Gu Nianji always felt that she had to pay 120% attention to everything that involved Qin Yaoguang. Therefore, she poured Lu Jin a glass of milk. Dad, you haven't had breakfast yet. Drink some milk first. Lu Jin quickly took a big gulp and calmed himself down. Gu Nianji watched Lu Jin finish drinking the milk before continuing to ask, since these 2 things are the strongest evidence of Ishihara Bai-san's attack, why did he protect them so well? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he try his best to destroy these 2 things? Or rather, even if he didn't destroy them, why would he carefully calculate which part of his body was the most conspicuous and wouldn't be stained with blood when he would commit suicide? Gu Nianji asked a series of questions. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth twitched twice, and his gaze darted between Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. Did these 2 really not talk to each other? Why were they analyzing the problem from the same perspective? Lu Jin felt like an outsider at this moment. He couldn't squeeze into the world of these 2 people no matter what. What happened to having someone else in her heart? What happened to having a fiancé in the other world? Looking at this tacit understanding, he had been with the 2 of them for many years. As expected of a counterpart. Could it be that even their thoughts and feelings were synchronized? Lu Jin thought sourly. He felt more and more that after being separated from his daughter for so many years, not only did he owe his daughter, but he also owed himself. Gu Nianji ignored Lu Jin's temper and looked at Hu Xiaoheng inquiringly. I think he's sending a message to someone. Hu Xiaoheng analyzed, as you said, that position is indeed the most conspicuous. As soon as an outsider comes in, they'll be able to see it at a glance. Gu Nianji suddenly understood. I see. She stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. She said excitedly, Ishihara Bai-san knows that he committed suicide by committing suicide. It will definitely cause a huge news effect. After all, it's the first day of the new year, and he's a foreign scientist who just attended the Spring Festival Gala. He used this method to send a message to his accomplice. But what message did he want to send? Could it be that he wanted to inform his partner that he had plagiarized? Gu Nianji frowned and stood in front of the window with her arms crossed. She shook her head and denied her own thoughts. No, that's definitely not the case. Could it be? Gu Nianji suddenly turned around and found Lu Jin staring at her back without blinking. Could it be that through this incident, he thinks Gu Xiangwen is actually not dead? Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin in confusion. Lu Jin hurriedly looked away and shook his head. I don't know about that. I called him and told him that Gu Xiangwen gave me these things before he died. I didn't say that I was Gu Xiangwen. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She walked over and snuggled up to Lu Jin's feet. She looked up at him and said with a smile, Dad, if you can deduce the truth from some clues, others can too. Especially someone like Ishihara Bai-san. He plagiarized your experimental design. Gu Nianji paused and suddenly thought of another question. Dad, how many years has it been since Ishihara Bai-san plagiarized your experimental design? At least 30 years. Lu Jin thought for a moment and said calmly, I don't remember very clearly. Look, you can't even remember how many years it has been. How did Ishihara Bai-san immediately realize what it was when he saw these pages of notes? Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng in confusion. And he could immediately commit suicide. Hu Xiaoheng frowned and said thoughtfully, That's a good question. I didn't even think about it. Lu Jin tried his best to keep his expression calm, but his back was already sweating slightly. He didn't expect his biological daughter to be even more difficult to deal with than the KGB. Gu Nianji's gaze quickly fell on Lu Jin again. Although Lu Jin looked no different from before, upon closer inspection, she could see the fine beads of sweat seeping out of his forehead and hairline. His arms were also trembling slightly, like Parkinson's disease. Gu Nianji held Lu Jin's hand gently and firmly. She thought to herself, what is he afraid of? However, seeing Lu Jin like this, Gu Nianji couldn't bear to continue asking him. Today was the first day of the new year. This was the first time the father and daughter had spent the new year together in so many years. They couldn't be led astray by Ishihara Bai-san. Gu Nianji smiled and changed the topic. Forget it. Maybe Ishihara Bai-san has always been feeling guilty about the plagiarism incident. So when he saw these pages of notes, he thought, oh my, the other boot has finally dropped to the ground. Actually, he has ulterior motives, right? Gu Nianji smiled and shook Lu Jin's arm. Lu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. Yes, that's it. That's it. As he spoke, he stood up. Nianji, I've prepared a gift for you. I'll bring it to you. This was today's second update, Chapter 1712, more difficult to deal with than the KGB. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please vote for all the recommendation votes moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1724. Sure. This is the first New Year gift Dad gave me. Gu Nianji clapped her hands and laughed. Her smile involuntarily revealed a childish innocence. Lu Jin looked at her in a daze and laughed as well. His current appearance didn't look like his original appearance at all, but when he smiled, he looked very similar to Gu Nianji's. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the father and daughter without batting an eyelid. He didn't say anything for the time being. He understood Gu Nianji's intentions. Today was the first day of the new year, so she didn't want to push Lu Jin too hard. Let's let them have a real New Year's reunion. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it silently and stood up. I'll go to the kitchen and help President Lu make lunch. Lu Jin wasn't so gentle towards him. His eyelids drooped and he snorted. Remember to remind President Lu that my girl wants to eat Sanxian fried rice. Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji held back her laughter and quickly said, Dad, go get the gift. I'm waiting to see it. Lu Jin looked away and smiled. I'll go get it right away. He hurried back to his apartment and saved the large amount of internal information he had downloaded from the Qin Corporation's private hospital's internet into a meticulously encrypted soft drive. He took a few more legal documents and returned to Gu Nianji's apartment across the street. Gu Nianji was sitting alone on the sofa, staring at the yellowed lab notes. Although she was reading them seriously, she didn't understand them at all. She didn't know anything about biological and genetic engineering. She was even more confused about high-energy physics. Lu Jin coughed softly. Nianji. Gu Nianji looked up. Dad, you got it so soon. Lu Jin nodded and sat down beside her. He handed her the soft drive and said, "This is all the information I got about the Qin Corporation's private hospital's intranet, from customers, suppliers, to patient lists, as well as the internal corporate structure and financial statements over the years. It's all in there." Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. "Ha! You really got it all. Dad is so amazing. You were actually able to break the Qin Corporation's intranet password." Actually, if Gu Nianji had a supercomputer system, she could have broken it with some time. Unfortunately, she didn't have one, so it wasn't a password system that could be cracked with time. Lu Jin was different. His studio had a computer system that was comparable to the Huaxia Empire's central control room, so he could crack the Qin Corporation's internet password in a short period of time. Lu Jin smiled happily. Unless they have content that they haven't put online, all the content online is with me. Gu Nianji hugged Lu Jin's neck and kissed him. "Thank you, Daddy. This is the best spring festival gift." Lu Jin quickly said, "There's more." As he spoke, he placed the legal documents in front of Gu Nianji. "Here, sign your name. Everything I have is yours." He had originally wanted to leave these documents with his will. When he was no longer in this world, Gu Nianji would automatically receive his inheritance. But this time, he had been discovered by Gu Nianji and Peter. It would probably be more difficult for him to escape in the future, so he simply gave all his assets to Gu Nianji first. Gu Nianji looked down at the names of the documents and was shocked. "Dad, what company is this?" "An offshore company in the Cayman Islands." Lu Jin put on an enigmatic expression. "These offshore companies hold the ownership of all of my assets, including but not limited to the shares of the Lu Corporation, bank deposits, investment funds, stocks, my collection of antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and the patent trust fund under Gu Xiangwen's name." Gu Nianji listened to these things and felt that they sounded familiar. In the other world, when she was pursuing Gu Yanran for the Gu family's assets, it seemed to be the same structure. It was indeed the parallel world's counterpart. Gu Nianji was amazed. Lu Jin flipped through the legal documents and pointed to the place for signature. "This is it. Sign your name. You're also one of the owners of these offshore companies. The shareholding structure of offshore companies is more complicated. The shareholding structure I designed doesn't need to be reported to the securities regulators of various countries, so don't worry. No one will know that I transferred my assets to you." Gu Nianji looked at the astronomical amount of assets and was very nervous. She quickly said, "Dad, you don't have to be like this. I'm already very happy that you gave me a red packet. You suddenly transferred half of your assets to me. I'm timid, so don't scare me," Lu Jin said disapprovingly. "You should be afraid when I transfer all my assets to you. I'm only transferring half of my assets now. What are you afraid of? I still have half of my assets. Actually, to me, as long as I have enough money for my research, it's fine. The extra money is just sitting there. You can use it to buy something you like." Gu Nianji, this money was more than enough to buy all the brands she liked, not to mention the things she liked. But what did she want these things for? Previously, she had been struggling to make ends meet for the down payment of hundreds of thousands of yuan, but now she had suddenly become a major shareholder of a real estate company. Gu Nianji lowered her head and stroked the legal documents. She thought to herself that what she wanted the most was to return to the other world. No matter how much money she had, could it allow her to return to the other world? Lu Jin looked at Gu Nianji eagerly. He thought that she would be even more elated, but she didn't look too happy. Gu Nianji looked up and saw Lu Jin's gaze. She smiled and said, "Dad, I'll leave these things with you." I'm not familiar with the equity structure, and I have a very important lawsuit to fight. I don't have time to take care of these assets. Lu Jin was a little disappointed. It's just signing, yeah, it's just signing anyway. What's the difference if you sign it or not? Gu Nianji stuffed the legal documents back into Lu Jin's hand. Just help me take care of these companies. When I'm free, I'll see how rich my dad is. As Gu Nianji spoke, she hugged Lu Jin's neck again and kissed him on the cheek. Lu Jin's heart finally relaxed, but he still said regretfully, "Are you really not going to sign it? Isn't it good for us to hold the shares together after signing it? I'm your only daughter anyway. Why are you in such a hurry? We're father and daughter. Who doesn't have the same opinion?" Gu Nianji said with a half smile, "Or did you have a child with another woman, Dad? If you have a son, then I'll sign it right away." Gu Nianji clasped her hands together and shook her wrist as if she was threatening him, but it was still very cute, like a little kitten showing an "I'm super fierce" expression. Lu Jin's heart was about to melt. He rubbed Gu Nianji's head and said repeatedly, "Okay, okay, okay. It's the same even if you don't sign it." She said unhappily, "How can I have a son? You're my only child in my life. Why would I want a son? I hate boys the most, and I hate other people's sons too, because they will trick my precious daughter away." Gu Nianji, she quickly perked up and told Lu Jin that she would definitely not be tricked away. Seeing Lu Jin's nervous expression, Gu Nianji intentionally changed the topic. She pulled him and asked, "Dad, your experimental design looks very impressive, but I don't understand it at all." "You don't understand? Come, Dad will tell you again." Lu Jin was excited to talk about one of his specialties. He rolled up his sleeves and turned on Gu Nianji's computer. "It's like this," he explained it to Gu Nianji with pictures and text, but Gu Nianji was still oblivious. However, she still put on a surprised expression to show that she was listening. The two of them talked for a while, and Lu Yuan finally finished cooking lunch. Lu Yuan placed Gu Nianji's favorite fried rice in front of her and said with a smile, "You only eat fried rice on the first day of the new year. Nianji, you're so easy to feed." Gu Nianji blinked. "That's true. President Lu's fried rice is so delicious." She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. She felt that it was even more delicious than what Lu Yuan had cooked before. She couldn't help smiling and saying, "It tastes so familiar. President Lu, where did you learn to cook this fried rice? It's almost exactly the same as what I've eaten before." "Really?" Lu Yuan said calmly, then asked Peter. Gu Nianji, she looked at Hu Xiaoheng suspiciously, then at Lu Yuan. "What does it have to do with Mr. Peter?" "Peter is a culinary genius," Lu Yuan said calmly. "I taught him to cook this fried rice. I heard that it's his first time cooking, and he can cook at this level. Isn't he a genius?" So it was Hu Xiaoheng who cooked it this time. No wonder, Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled. She gave Hu Xiaoheng a thumbs up. Mr. Peter is indeed from the KGB. He even learned to cook so quickly. Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. He finally realized that Gu Nianji should have seen through Hu Xiaoheng's true identity a long time ago. Otherwise, Gu Nianji wouldn't have covered up for him so calmly with such an obvious flaw. Lu Yuan felt very awkward when he thought about how he had said in front of her that the person in the painting was the counterpart here. No one knew about his feelings for Song Jining when he was over there. When he arrived here, with Lu Jin's extremely low EQ, he had no idea that he had such thoughts. Now, not only did Hu Xiaoheng know, but even Gu Nianji knew. Lu Yuan wanted some peace and quiet. Therefore, during lunch, only Gu Nianji and Lu Jin were talking animatedly, and the atmosphere was very lively. Hu Xiaoheng occasionally interjected, while Lu Yuan maintained a smile. After eating, he said to Lu Jin, "Shareholder Lu, there's something I want to talk to you about." His expression was calm and peaceful, but Lu Jin knew that Lu Yuan was going to ask about last night. Although he was a little uneasy, he remembered that Gu Nianji and Peter already knew, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to say it again, so he got up and followed Lu Yuan out. Gu Nianji had something to discuss with Hu Xiaoheng, so she didn't continue joking with Lu Yuan. She watched them leave. After Lu Yuan and Lu Jin left, Gu Nianji said to Hu Xiaoheng, "My father just showed me the contents of his experimental design. Although I didn't understand it, I could still tell that it was a very advanced and powerful experimental design. However, I still can't figure out why such a smart and cautious person like my father would casually put such a high-level experimental design on the laboratory desk without any confidentiality measures." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1713, I Want Peace and Quiet. Today was the third update, in order to return the monthly votes for April. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Please vote all the recommendation votes. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.